Hi, Sajid, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning, Sajid. How are you?
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm from Vidyan Sitapur. I'm Mayank, right? So, best wishes, Sajid.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, yeah, looking very good. Take care.
A very good morning to one and all. I, Sachit Sharma, along with my co-host C.R. Ramanathan, welcome all the distinguished guests. Dr. Kapil Nerula, Dr. Nandakumar Janardhanan, Professor Patrick Dasgupta, Dr. Nitendra Singh, Miss Anju Wal, Principal Shivnada School, Faridabad, Mr. Biswajit Banerjee, Principal Vidyagyan Bulandshahr, Ms. Shashi Banerjee, Principal Shivnada School, Noida, Mr. Mayank Agarwal, and lastly, Mr. Raymond Fernandez. The month-long scientific exploration has left us inspired, and we've had very insightful conversations with our mentors. We have also been a part of some exciting activities and competitions.
Before we begin today's proceedings, we would like to invite Ms. Anjuwal, Principal of Shivnada School, Faridabad, to share her views.
Good morning, eminent scientists, distinguished delegates, my erudite colleagues, our valued parents, and the most important people in the gathering today. The young, the curious, the passionate, student researchers, and their growing numbers of keen environmentalists. As we draw to a close of this extraordinary energy boot camp that has engaged and connected students across 5 campuses of the Shivnada Foundation and more, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the teachers, exceptional teachers, led by Vinita Sharaf, who have been untiring in their energies and effort to mentor the student groups. Nothing else in the world, not all the armies, is so powerful as an idea whose time has come. Victor Hugo said this in the 19th century. Nuclear energy and clean fuel is that idea whose time came long ago. But it is time we took notice and did something about it. One can resist invasions, one cannot resist the power of ideas. We have pushed our planet into a no-option zone. Time for reflection and introspection is clearly over. It is time to act, to focus on clean fuel and achieve a sustainable world and an environment is no more a choice. Our children, and this is my plea, our children should harness and need to harness the gains of this boot camp and involve more and more of their mates and peers so that the camp has a dynamo effect, changes fixed mindsets, and makes for real-time, clean, green environment. In this only place that we call our home, the earth. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you all this morning. Have a great day, and my immense gratitude one more time to everyone who made this possible. Many thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words.
The Energy Boot Camp is an astounding example of collaboration among scientists, department heads, and the school faculty and students. Without the effort put in by a team of teachers, the event couldn't have received the acclamation it has. To introduce the team which has been working seamlessly around the clock to make this journey a success, we invite Ms. Vinita Sharat.
A very good morning. Thank you, Sachin. Here would also like to add that SNU Physics Society has also worked with us since last 15 days. The exams were going on, but still they were working with us. So we must thank to SNU Physics Society. We must thank to all those who have participated, all 5 schools students who have been working in this project. Thanks a lot, Sachit. And here I would like to thank all my co-traveler, 5 teachers lead from 5 different schools. And yes, of course, Miss Vinny Mathur from SNU. So can you please introduce, can I invite first Megha Arora, Miss Megha Arora from Faridabad, introduce yourself and you please speak for a minute or so about your journey. Thank you, Megha.
Good morning. My name is Megha Bohra. As a school anchor for Shiv Nadar School Faridabad, I was fortunate to be a part of the Energy Bootcamp team. Oh, what an unforgettable experience it was. The planning started in mid-September with the meetings that often extended into late night. Each of us would share a piece of our mind to make the event possible, to make it a success. Well, I loved every bit of this journey with the dynamic and passionate team of nuclear scientists and my fellow SNS teachers. Each of them so eager to share their knowledge on a mission to spread awareness with a common goal to make a difference by planting the seeds in young minds. I have learned a lot, made new friends, but the greatest satisfaction was to see the deep learning in our students. For this and more, I am grateful to IYNS and Shiv Nadar School for bringing this opportunity to us. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks a lot, Megha. Thanks for your kind words. May I request Ms. Ruchi Ratra from Shiv Nadar, Gurgaon to share her views now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vinita ma'am. So my name is Ruchi. I am teaching in Shiv Nadar School, Gurgaon. Bootcamp is great. That's the common sentiment among our student community. I personally feel the Energy Bootcamp has been the best opportunity for our students to get a crash course on nuclear energy and also the current climate issues. The past 2 days have also been amazing. There is a great balance between theory and practical reality. For the various camp events, I have seen students research, collaborate, be confident, and take ownership of their own learning. In fact, we all have learned how to be involved in environmental matters fruitfully. On behalf of all the students and teachers from Shiv Nadar School, Gurgaon, I would like to thank the Shiv Nadar Foundation, IYNS team, and our principal, Monica ma'am, to provide us with this great learning opportunity. Special thanks also goes to Vinita ma'am for being a great mentor. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ruchi. And yes, it was stressful, many sleepless nights, but yes, we did it. Thank you. So may I request Mr. Mayank Agnihotri from Sitapur Vidyagam to speak.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So good morning, ma'am. Good morning, both the lovely students from Shiv Nadar School and all the participants who are present here. In fact, first of all, I'm thankful to God to give me an opportunity to work under the umbrella of Shiv Nadar Foundation. Surely we get to meet some of the best faculty members and students in the organization attached with Shiv Nadar Foundation. Coming up to this Energy Bootcamp program, now IYNS, great. It gave us the opportunity to us, teachers and the students, to interact and work with one of the most quintessential scientists present on planet Earth. Now, the best thing was, they taught us what education should actually be like. Here again, as the earlier speaker said, that the students took the responsibility of their learning, like they took the ownership of the learning that was taking place. That's the best thing possible. Yesterday till about 8 or 9 o'clock, we all were engaged with Dr. Aditya. He again a nuclear scientist, and he was helping our students in preparing the projects. So what better it can be where at one part of the world a scientist is sitting, and here our students of Shiv Nadar School and Vidyagyan, they are preparing on a project related to nuclear science. So thanks to all the scientists, thanks to IYNS team, thanks to Nitin sir, and of course, our driving engine. You have said not to mention, but of course you are there in our heart always. Vinita ma'am, thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thanks to all the teachers and thanks to participating students. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, my co-traveler, sir. Rightly said, the students were completely in the projects which had been curated, keeping the young mind in mind, and to bring awareness about energy and sustainability. May I request Mr. Gulfam Ahmed from Vidyagan Mulansar to share his experience? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Gulfam Ahmed from Vidyagan Bulandshahr.
Sir, may I just
It is my great honor and pleasure, privileged to be amongst all of you. Yes, ma'am.
slightly your voice is dragging, so I think maybe internet, if you shift that day also it happened. So because we would love to hear you, so you just shift your Wi-Fi thing. Thank you, sir.
I think.
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
in the meantime, you fix up your internet, and may I request in the meantime, Ms. Rachna Arora from Shiv Nadar, Noida. Gulfam sir, you fix your internet and we'll invite you after Rachna ma'am. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. It is indeed a matter of great pride and honor to be a part of this grand initiative by IYNS, of course, under the umbrella of Vinita ma'am. I must mention that this experience and engagement during the last few weeks has been extremely informative and insightful and rewarding. And we look forward to many such interactions with august bodies like IYNS. Thank you once again for your kind support and benevolence. And here I would like to add that all the recognition for the individual events for the EBC round 2 and round 3, they will be routed to the winners through their respective coordinators. Thank you once again very much for this great experience and looking forward to many more such events and opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rachna ma'am. May I request Mr. Gulfam Ahmed from Vidyagan Bulandshahr to give his view? Over to you, Gulfam sir. So I think there is still some glitches. So may I request Ms. Anamika Manna from Shiv Nadar, Noida to express her views.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Anamika Manna, and I've joined Shiv Nadar School just a few months back, Shiv Nadar School, Noida, and I've joined as a physics teacher. So the way I started my journey in Shiv Nadar School, it has been a great experience, and I think I'm privileged that I'm working under this umbrella of Shiv Nadar Foundation. And then suddenly this energy boot camp came up in, and I got a chance to work with the eminent scientists and few great scientists of nuclear energy. And I would like to thank Vinita ma'am for giving me this chance, because I was very new in the department and in the school, and she believed in me that I can do this work. So I feel immensely privileged to be a part of this energy boot camp. So it was a great learning experience for me in many ways. So from the very first day, it was a totally different experience for me, and because it was a different, an unconventional way of teaching learning process. So I think this kind of camp has been organized for the first time at school level and in such a big scale. At least for me, I've never heard or seen something like this. So that was a great experience. And science is all about passion, I think, and which we all science teachers will agree with this, that we got ignited by this boot camp, and it was done by this passionate scientists of IYNS. So thanks to Dr. Nitendra sir. And I had few incredible moments with this energy boot camp. I cannot mention all of them in this time duration, but I would like to mention few which are very important for me, at least. So first was the interaction with such great young passionate nuclear scientists and getting enriched by the knowledge of nuclear energy. So the experimental sessions which we had with Nikhilesh sir, so I should mention about Nikhilesh sir, because again, like he was like a hero among our student mentors, because the students, they liked the session very much. They enjoyed it a lot. They could connect with Nikhil's sir very well. So that connect was there. And we could like understand it from the reflections that we got from the students themselves. So the interaction with the SNU students was also great. So this was again a completely different experience for me. And we did this under the supervision of Vinita ma'am again. So interacting with the students, then conducting the sessions in the classes, it was again a different learning process for me again. And working as a mentor for the EBC teams again, it was a great experience for me, because again, I felt like going back to the student life and learning along with the students about the topic, because the project topics were awesome and we were learning through the whole process. So doing the research and discussion with the team members, especially with the IYNS mentor also, it helped me to gain a lot of knowledge on that particular topic. So I felt like going back to my research days again. So it was a great feeling for me again. So thanks a lot. Thank you everyone for giving me this great chance. It was great being part of this camp.
Thanks a lot, Anamika. And yes, without all your support, it would not have been possible. The kind of connection with SNU student, they all children were handed over to you and we used to take meeting together. Thanks a lot. May I request Ms. Vinnie Mathur from SNU to share her views?
A very good morning to everyone, and what a fabulous celebration of science we've had over the past few days and weeks. I'm sure we'll be collating all the statistics and stories in the coming weeks, but we do know that there have been so many events and competitions that all the 5 organizations under the umbrella of Shiv Nadar Foundation have been actively participating in, and making this Bootcamp 2020 another huge festival, especially in the COVID times. I'd like to thank the opportunity to acknowledge and thank the many important people who've been the driving force, whose dedication and commitment have actually made this so successful. I'd like to start with Dr. Ghosh, our Vice Chancellor at the Shiv Nadar University. She is a true inspiration for each one of us. Her coming at the event, her talking to the students has deeply motivated, I think, every stem of science in between us, And of course, Colonel Gopal, without whose encouragement, we are not able to do any sort of events. And ever since he's been at SNU, I think it's just changed the complete scenario of the cultural and the social and the scientific temperament on the campus. I'd also like to thank all the principals of Shiv Nadar schools and Vidya Gyan schools who've actually taken this beautiful initiative of supporting the students and the staff in creating such a beautiful program. It was a wonderful interaction the other day we had with Raymond Sir, where he actually mentored our students for a 1-hour session on a weekday, and it was very, very inspiring to hear him and get his feedback. And this beautiful, collaboration between SNU, SNS, Vidya Gyan together for the first time on an online platform was an amazing experience. We're all extremely grateful to all the scientists and the researchers who shared their knowledge, enthusiasm, and the insights with our students. It was a great platform for my students at the Physics Society at SNU to come forward and teach, make presentations, work till 2 a.m., WhatsApp groups, online modes. They just loved the entire experience under the aegis of, Vinita ma'am, who was actually mentoring them, and they were mentoring further the, Shiv Nadar school students. And it was fantastic to hear that one of them actually aspires to be a professor when he passes out of SNU. So a gigantic thank you goes to each one of the SNSs and Vidya Gyan schools. It's a beautiful Shiv Nadar family that we're all part of. Each of the student volunteers, whether at SNS, SNU, or Vidya Gyan, are responsible for compiling a successful festival. Kudos to you all. Hip hip hooray. And I look forward to many more collaborations like these, where we can mentor and we can have cross-learning between the organizations. Thank you, Vinita ma'am, once again. And thank you, Rachna Arora ma'am and Anamika. It was absolutely fantastic meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinnie. I think the resonance effect was seen because we all are having same frequency and we all think like, the same way. And the success obviously goes to all of us. So thank you. May I request Mr. Gulfam Ahmed from Bulansar Vidyagyan to give his views. Over to you, Gulfam, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for glitches and all.
It's
Uh,
okay.
Good morning, all. Myself, Gulfam Ahmed from Vidyagyan Bulansar. It is my great honor and pleasure, privilege to be amongst all of you. I know Vinita ma'am, since he is a part of SNS Noida. We both are working with Anvesika, an association of physics teachers in Delhi and NCR, under the able guidance of Padma Shri Dr. S.C. Verma from IIT Kanpur. One day I got a call from Vinita ma'am. She said, "Please, sir, join the meeting urgently." And this was the first introduction to EBC. This time is different. One aspect is pandemic, and we are learning new normals. And for us, new normal is energy boot camp. I must say, a unique month-long knowledge sharing platform, first time organized by any school. Different competitions were designed meticulously so that our children were involved in learning the concept thoroughly. The important thing is these concepts are part of the CBSE curriculum. The experiment sessions were enjoyed thoroughly by our students as well as teachers. Who can forget the students rock star Nicholas sir? Nicholas sir, thank you so much for your inputs. It was wonderful opportunity to take a session of 100 students from all over all campuses with my student Subham Prajapati, and my experience was enriching, and I'm looking forward to such session in the future. I work with my team on the project is so relevant to the current scenario, that is air pollution. I must tell you that nobody is going to forget ITER France nuclear fusion reactor site visit. Though it was virtual, personally I could feel I was taking a physical tour. Really motivating and inspiring. As mentioned in the video, I wish one of my student or one of our student from the Shiv Nadar Foundation family will join the ITER France nuclear reactor in future and contribute internationally. As discussed with Vinita ma'am, we will continue this journey with IYNS throughout the year. Thank you to IYNS team, EBC team. I would like to thank our principal sir for providing me such an amazing learning opportunity. I would like to thank Vidyagyan, Sivnadar School, Sivnadar Foundation, Team IYNS, and Team EBC scientists for the same. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gulfam sir. It was really very exciting and enriching journey, which is not going to end. As I promised you, we will continue this chapter with IYNS because this time I really feel how important is that students are interacting and they are just not listeners and somebody is speaking, but students themselves took the ownership. Thanks a lot. And here I must thank to Kirti ma'am, who was always there with me, or any time I used to call or on WhatsApp, look, I stuck here, please guide my students. And she was taking care of all comparer and everything, and she was always there with me. Thanks a lot, Kirti ma'am, for being with me. A big thank you to Colonel Gopal, because when I proposed this to Shashi ma'am, she asked me that you must share this with Colonel Gopal, and we had a meeting 4 5 months back, and he said, just go ahead, Vinita. This is a brilliant idea. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all of you. And a big thank you to SNS, SNF, SNU, and obviously our own Shashi ma'am. Thanks a lot. Over to Sachit now.
Thank you, Vinita ma'am. Thank you to all the teachers. A brief introduction about the first 3 rounds of the bootcamp. The bootcamp consisted of 4 rounds. Nearly 2,000 students from the Shiv Nadar and Vidyagyan schools participated in round 1, which was an inter-school quiz competition. In round 2, 15 teams were chosen to conduct a social research and make a video on the topic Public Opinion on Nuclear Energy, Radiation Applications, and Climate Change. They organized online interactive sessions with their families and friends to record their views on radiation and nuclear technology. The video of the teams was submitted on 4th November for evaluation. In round 3, the evaluation of subject and directive team efforts took place. A topic and scientist mentor was assigned to each team on the first day of the Energy Bootcamp. On the basis of the previous 2 rounds, 4 teams have been selected to proceed further in the competition. I would like to request Dr. Sanena from IYNS to share the names of the finalists.
Dr. Sunana, I think you are on mute.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you, Sachit, and a very warm good morning to one and all present here. Firstly, I would like to say it has been my absolute pleasure to be the part of the Energy Boot Camp and to see it turning out so well. The enthusiasm of the students, the support from the Shiv, Nadar and Vidyagan teachers, the jury members, the panelists, and the IYNS members has been really overwhelming for me. So further, before the names of the finalists are introduced by the jury, I would quickly like to introduce the teams, the 15 teams, and the respected jury members. So as Sachit said, like there were 15 teams after round 1. So here are the teams and the project mentors who have participated in round 2 and round 3 of this competition. So first we had team 1, Janvi Singh, Shambhavi Singh, Jyotna Singh from Vidyagan Sitapur, who were mentored by Dr. Mayank Agnihotri and Dr. Aditya. Then next we have Chaitanya Purohit, Dhruv Carey, Daksh from SNS Noida, who were mentored by Miss Anamika Manna and Mr. Rahul Jain. Next we have Prithvi Basu Kapoor, Riya Jindal, Satvik Avasti, from SNS Noida, who were mentored by Dr. Sonia and Mr. Jatin Ahuja. Then we have Dhruv Maurya, Sohan Tripathi, Shlok Yadav from Vidyagan Sitapur, who were mentored by Miss Swati Singh and Miss Manish Kumar. Next we had Miss Avantika Ayan and Hiral Arora from SNS Noida, who were mentored by Miss Rachna Arora and Miss Madhuri Shrija. Next, we have Priyanshi Bagga, Ekam Singh, and Aishi Gupta from SNS Gurgaon, who were mentored by Mr. Manoj Kathuria and Dr. Amita Bidar. We have Rohit Rawat, Amit Kumar, and Harsh Rawat from Vidyagan Bulandshahr, who were mentored by Mr. Gulfam Ahmed and Dr. Shambhavi Nandan. We have Shishya Sumit Kesharwani, Nikhil Rajput from Vidyagan Bulandshahr, who were mentored by Mr. Kabir Ahmed and Dr. Shankar Lal. Next, we have Rajat Singh, Raj Divedi, and Amita Mishra from Vidyagan Sitapur, who were mentored by Mr. Pramod Reddy and Mr. Shrijan Kumar. Next, we have Ishan Chauhan, Agastya Iyer, and Shagun Rajput from SNS Faridabad, who were mentored by Ms. Ravinda Kohli and Mr. Vipin Kumar Sharma. Next, we have Prisha Adhikari, Anurag Gupta, and Adiksha Vishnoy from SNS Gurgaon, who were mentored by Ms. Sakshi Burman and Dr. Diksha Gupta. Next, we have Suhani Saraf, Shaurya Seem, and Shreyash Narayanan from SNS Gurgaon, who were mentored by Ms. Ekta Kapur and Mr. Shashikant Verma. Next, we have Shashi Gupta, Arnav Balyan, and Dhruv from SNS Faridabad, who were mentored by Ms. Megha Bora and Ms. Mudra Chavda. Next, we have Gaurav Yadav, Ayush Yadav, and Manendra Gangwar from Vidyagan Bulandshahr, who were mentored by Mr. C.S. Tripathi and Ms. Urvashi. Last, we have Sana Bose, Agastya Sharma, Kanav Nagpal from SNS Faridabad, who were mentored by Ms. Shaiza and Dr. Naveen Kuwar. I would like to thank all the school mentors and IYNS project mentors for their invaluable time and efforts that they have devoted for guiding the students for these rounds. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to introduce our esteemed jury members who have worked overnight to evaluate the entries received in round 2 and round 3 to give us the 4 finalists in a very short span of time. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Gulshan Sahani, um, who was former Deputy Dean, University of Delhi, and Associate Professor of Physics from at University of Delhi. He has over 40 years of academic teaching experience and is still continuing with his passion by working as a guest teacher at Kent School District, Washington, USA, and instructor at Magnesium Maple Valley, Washington, USA. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Dr. Supriya Singh, who is currently the Senior Manager, Projects and Partnership at IORA Ecological Solutions, Delhi. Dr. Supriya has also been the former president at Indian Youth Climate Network, IYCN, Delhi. She has more than 15 years of experience in research, project management, and policy advocacy for natural resource management and climate change. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Christian Vega, who is Vice President, International Youth Nuclear Congress. Also, in his professional life, Mr. Vega has worked as for the Argentinian Modular Reactor for National Atomic Energy Commission. Currently, he works performing thermal hydraulic calculation, licensing activities, and safety analysis in Netherlands. Thank you, dear jury members, for your precious time and indispensable inputs for this event. Without further delay, I would request Dr. Gulshan Sahani, chairperson of the jury, to kindly announce the name of the 4 finalists. Over to you, sir.
Can we all switch off video, please, so that we can see our...
Thank you so much for introducing me in such a wonderful manner. Well, I don't deserve this much, certainly. Can you all hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. This Indian Youth Nuclear Society has done a wonderful work. I must compliment all these young scientists who have participated in this event and all these young teachers who have shown all the enthusiasm to make this program a success. Well, for you it's good morning. For me it's almost good night, but then I'm with you all the time whenever we are here. Well, before I announce the names, I would tell you that my field has also been nuclear science. And I'll tell you how the research goes in the field of science. I worked on a field which is named as MOSPER spectroscopy, wherein we work on nuclear radiations. We irradiate the nuclear samples and we get the information about the nucleus of a substance. In the field of physics, it's been very popular in ferrites studies. See how the science works. This person who got the Nobel Prize on his spectroscopy invention was named as MOSPER. He was a German scientist and he was working on nuclear radiations. Now the question is that when you fire a gun, the gun recoils. And when the gun recoils, the energy of the bullet is slightly reduced because of the recoil. Now, because these spectra are based on the principle that, well, whatever you radiate, the same has to be absorbed. And if certain amount of energy is lost, then absorption is not perfect and therefore spectrum cannot be recorded. Now, this guy kept on thinking that you can freeze a gun and then reduce the recoil or minimize the recoil, or maybe you reduce the recoil to 0. But when it comes to freezing a nucleus cannot be frozen because it is always recoiling. So the idea was that how to make the resonance occur by the radiation emitted by the source nucleus and then absorbed by the absorber. So what he started thinking on is that how to compensate this, and one very funny idea occurred to him, that why shouldn't I instead of freezing the nucleus, give a velocity to the nucleus. So what he did, now giving nucleus velocity is not very easy, because what velocity is to be given is to be taken into consideration. So what he did, he took a record player and mounted the radioactive source on the record player. And then since the record player has got different radii, its angular velocity is same, but the linear velocity keeps on changing at different tracks. So what he did, he put the nuclear source at different radii and gave different velocities, and one particular velocity would compensate for the recoil exactly, and the resonance will occur. So this was an experiment done, a simple experiment done based on the old time record player. If you remember that we used to have his master's voice records. And then that record, when was played at different radii, could compensate for the kinetic energy, and then the resonance occurred. And then later on, innovations took place, and then more modes were used, even computerized systems, and then having drives, and so many things were developed. But the basic invention was that how to provide compensation for the recoil. So this is how simple ideas work, and wish all these young scientists work for the country, work for the nuclear science. And I compliment Dr. my loved one, Natendra Singh, who has organized this program in such a wonderful manner, and my colleague, Ma'am Vinitha, who is here. I mean, she has done a wonderful work. She is a great organizer, and these young scientists are scientists in waiting, and they will do tremendous work. As nuclear scientists, we people think that, well, India is almost matching with any developing country at this moment. And the only discussion which was there was how to make it safe. And I tell you, it is absolutely safe. It is safer than any other source of energy. So we can go ahead with nuclear reactors and nuclear breeder reactors and nuclear energy generation in times to come. And one day you'll find that India is leading all the countries in this effort. And my young scientists like Nitendra Singh, they are working hard day and night. He has been a product of Delhi University and now working in France. And his initiative, his love for his country is tremendous. And that's how we are all together here today, this morning, sorry. So it's my profound pleasure to announce the winners. Well, all the participants were wonderful. They worked good teamwork. They did individual work very well. The videos and the PowerPoints they made were so up to the mark that, well, it's very difficult for the judges or the jury members to come to a unanimous conclusion. But then, it's all, after all, is a competition, and then there has to be, first, second, third, and fourth. Well, the competition was so tough that, the margin was very small between the first and the last. So I start announcing the names for these young budding scientists. It starts from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, Sachi Gupta, Arnav Balyan, Dhruv. This team is team 4 as a finalist. Give them a big round of applause, please. Yes, you can wave your hands like this. Then third finalists, they are from Vidyagyan Sitapur, and the team comprises of Janvi Singh, Shambhavi Singh, and Jyosna Pandey. A big round of applause to all of them, please. Then finalists 2. This is Vidyagyan Bulandshahr, and the winners are Gaurav Yadav, Ayush Yadav, and Manendra Gangwar. A big round of applause for all of them, please. and then the finalist won. Okay, I think you must be guessing it now, and your guess is right. Vinita ma'am is giving a broad smile.
I don't know.
Yes, yes.
You always
Yes.
read.
The winners are from Shiv Nadar School, Noida, and the names of the finalists are Avantika, Ayan, and Hiral Arora. And I tell you, there was a very small margin between the fourth and the third, and then from first and the second. Okay, but you guys did wonderful work. Keep it up, and sky's the limit for you. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful words and announcing the result for round 2 and round 3. So I would request Dr. Supriya and Mr. Vega to one by one say a few words about how they felt about this event and about the evaluation and the students. So I would request Dr. Supriya. I think there might be some technical glitch. So do we have Mr. Christian Vega? If we can have few words from you, please.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Well, hello to everyone. It's quite early here, so sorry, I may be a bit sleepy, but as I told Jitendra, I really wanted to be part of this. I wasn't able to fully understand all the videos because I'm not from India, but I tried to watch them, all of them, and I saw the effort that the students put on doing this, and all the presentations, and I was really impressed, to be honest. Yeah, my congratulations to all of you. I also see that the organization of the whole bootcamp was very good. So well, congratulations. And to be honest, I was very impressed by all this work, and I see the students put a lot of effort on it.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Thank you so much for your words and for your time. So I would, I think Ms. Dr. Supriya is facing some technical issue. So I hand it over to Vinita ma'am once again to take forward the program now. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Sunana. Thanks a lot. I just want to add one line and then over to Sachit that my association with the IYNS is through Dr. Gulshan Sane, who joined Sri Ram School after retiring from Delhi University. And he was my colleague, and I was organizing some science event, and I needed one Indian scientist, because others were coming from CERN. So Dr. Nitendra is a student of Dr. Gulshan Sane, and this way, my department and my fellow teacher, Dr. Gulshan sir, connected me with Dr. Nitendra. And this all is happening because of that one single thought which came into my mind. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Sachit. And I must thank to all jury members. And you all are sitting at different time zone, and you all, it must be midnight. So a big thank you from SNS. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Sachit.
Congratulations to all the 4 finalists. Before we proceed, I have to make a small announcement. I would request all the non-participants to join us from YouTube because Zoom can accommodate only a maximum of 100 people, and we're looking at a lot more people to attend this session. So humble request to all the non-participants to join us from YouTube Live. Now I invite all the finalists to present their work in front of the audience. Each team will get 5 minutes to present their work and 5 minutes to answer questions from the audience. So we'll start with the finalist number 4. We'll be sharing the YouTube link on the chat box.
So can we start sharing?
Yes, please.
We are from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad. We are the team 3, and our topic was to study the working of a nuclear reactor. So our team consists of me, Arnav Balyan, Dhruv Vijayvargiya, Sachi Gupta, and our mentors were Miss Megha Bora and Miss Mudra ma'am. So this PPT has how nuclear fission works, working of a nuclear reactor, major parts of the nuclear reactor, criticality, containment structure of the nuclear reactor, light water reactors PWR and BWR, comparison between PWR and BWR, and then references. So first, nuclear fission. As shown in the figure, a neutron is hitting atom of uranium-235. And when this happens, the uranium-235 absorbs the neutron and it becomes uranium-236 for a moment. Due to the excited state of uranium, the nucleus splits into 2 parts, which are krypton and barium, and a lot of energy is released, and free neutrons are also released. 200 MeV energy is released due to the fission of one nucleus, and the 3 neutrons which were released further hit more uranium-235 nucleus, and this is known as a nuclear chain reaction. This is a control chain reaction that takes place inside a nuclear reactor. So the working of a nuclear reactor. When control fission takes place in the reactor vessel, heat is produced. This heat converts water into steam in the steam generator, and this steam then goes to the secondary side of the nuclear reactor and makes the turbine blade spin, and this generates electricity using the generator. The steam then goes down to the condenser where it condenses to water and is pumped again to the steam generator, and the cycle continues. So major parts of nuclear reactor. So the primary side of a nuclear reactor, this is the primary side where all the reactions happen and steam is made. Inside the reactor, there is a fuel rod. This contains the fuel for the nuclear reactor. Example, pellets of uranium oxide, due to which fission reaction takes place. There is also a control rod. This is a device that is used to absorb neutrons, so that when reaction needs to be slowed down or completely stopped, we can adjust the control rods. And if we need to increase the speed, we can remove it and the speed will increase. There's a moderator. This moderator slows the fast, high-moving, high-energy neutrons emitted during the fission to make them slow. There's the coolant. It transfers the heat from reactor core to the secondary side in the order to convert thermal energy into electrical energy. Reactor core. It contains fuel assemblies, moderator, control rods, everything. And this is the part of the reactor where fission takes place. This is the secondary side of the nuclear reactor. In this, heat energy emitted during fission is used to convert water to steam. And this steam, the turbine sorry for There was a technical glitch, I think. So the steam, the turbine, it uses the high pressure steam to rotate its blade, and then there's the generator which uses the kinetic energy of the turbine into electrical energy, which is used further to the cities and everything, and the steam then goes down to the condenser where it gets condensed into water and then is pumped again to the steam generator.
Criticality. Critical, the normal operating condition of a reactor in which self-sustaining chain reaction takes place. A reactor achieves criticality when each fission event releases a sufficient number of neutrons to sustain an ongoing series of reactions. Subcriticality. If the neutron population decreases over time, the fission rate and power output also decreases, making the reactor in a subcritical state. Supercriticality. When the neutron population increases, the power and fission rate increase and the reactor is called in a supercritical state. In order to start a reactor, initially it is in a subcritical state. By pulling out the control rods, reactor is made to achieve supercriticality state. Once the power output is achieved, control rods are reinserted partially to control the fission rate. At this stage, the reactor is maintained at critical state or steady state operation. When a reactor is to be shut down, operators insert the control rods fully to decrease or stop the chain reaction, and reactor is forced to go into subcritical state. Containment structures. These are the types of structure which have the purpose to prevent radiations from escaping reactor's vessel. It is the final barrier for protection, usually made of concrete with thick layer of metal. Light water reactors. Light water reactors, or known as LWRs, are power reactors that are cooled and moderated with ordinary water. There are two categories of light water reactors: pressurized water reactor, known as PWR, and boiling water reactor, known as BWR. Pressurized water reactor. In the PWR or pressurized water reactor, water at high pressure and temperature removes heat from the core and is transported to a steam generator. There, the heat from the primary loop is transferred to a secondary loop, also containing water. The water in the secondary loop enters the steam generator at a pressure and temperature slightly below that required to initiate boiling. Steam generator boils the water and makes the steam, which is used to generate electricity by means of turbine and generator. Condenser cools down the steam and it gets converted into water, which goes to steam generator again. In PWR, pressurizer is present so that water remains as water only and it will not be converted into steam due to high pressure. BWR, or known as boiling water reactor. BWR operates on the principle of direct power cycle. It does not have a secondary cycle. Water is allowed to boil inside the nuclear reactor only at an intermediate pressure level. The steam generated in the core region is transported through a series of separators and dryers within the reactor vessel. This vapor water, for example steam, is then used as the working fluid to turn the steam turbine. In BWR, pressurizer is not present because boiling of water is allowed inside the reactor so that we don't even have steam generator.
Comparison between a pressurized water reactor and a boiling water reactor. A pressurized water reactor (PWR) power plants consist of two loops: one primary loop or coolant loop that takes away heat from reactor, and second secondary loop or working fluid loop that drives the turbine. A boiling water reactor (BWR) power plants consist of a single loop where the coolant that takes away heat from the reactor is directly fed to the turbine. In a PWR, a heat exchanger is present to transfer the heat from primary to secondary side, while in a PWR, no heat exchanger is desired. In PWR, in the primary loop, normal water H2O acts as a coolant and moderator. In the secondary loop, the normal water acts as working fluid. However, water from one loop is not allowed to mix with the water of the other loop. In a BWR, since it only has one loop, so normal water H2O serves all three purposes: cooling, moderation, and working fluid. In a PWR, steam is generated in a heat exchanger outside the nuclear reactor, while in a BWR, steam is generated within the reactor itself. In a PWR, the water in the primary loop is maintained at high pressure, 15 to 17 MPa, to avoid boiling at reactor exit. In a BWR, water pressure remains comparatively low, 7 to 8 MPa, as it is allowed to boil. In a PWR, a pressurizer is required to use mandatorily to maintain water pressure in such a way that it does not evaporate even at a high temperature. In a PWR, no such pressurizer is present as evaporation of the water is desired. In PWR, the control rods are inserted from the top of the nuclear reactor, while in BWR, the control rods are inserted from the bottom of the nuclear reactor. Since the working fluid loop is separated from the primary loop, so PWR is less risky in spreading of radioactive materials owing to the leakage. In PWR, the control rods are since same fluid passes through the reactor and turbine in PWR plants, so any leakage in the turbine can spread radioactive elements into the atmosphere. These are our references.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, finalist number 4. We will now entertain questions from the audience if we have any.
Just I want to add, Sachit, this session is basically for the questions directly from the jury first. Yeah, then if times allow, you can take further. Thank you.
Hi, can I ask a question from Arnav?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Arnav. Which city you stay in?
Sir, I stay in Faridabad, Haryana.
Okay. If you want to get the supply of electricity to Faridabad, right, for 1 year, how much nuclear fuel roughly you'll be needing for 1 year? What will be the mass of that nuclear fuel, approximately?
Sir, I don't know.
Can it be 10 tons?
Yes, sir, it could be. Yes, sir.
Or 5 kilograms?
No, sir, not 5 kilograms.
5 kilograms will not be good? Okay, thank
Sir,
you.
I think so.
Yeah. Have a nice day. You did well. Sachi.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sachi, you must have heard of nuclear fusion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you know about nuclear fusion?
So not that much.
Okay. I'll ask you one simple question. That why is it not very easy to carry out nuclear fission in the lab?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, these are tough questions. Anyway, other jury members, please go on.
Vega, do you want to go?
Yes. Well, first, can I know how old participants are? Because I don't know the ages. How old are you all in the team?
Sir, I am 13 years old, Sachi is 12, and Dhruva Bhaiya is 14.
I'm
Okay,
11.
Oh, 11.
You're
Sorry.
11. Okay, congratulations. That was a very nice presentation. I would like to ask you all if you can identify any problems that you can see in the operation. If you see a PWR with a BWR, can you tell me any differences from the problem point of view that you can see?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sorry. What I mean is that when you are operating a reactor, you talk about the BWR, the boiling reactor, and the pressurized water reactor. Can you tell me one problem that the PWR has and another problem that the BWR may have that you could identify?
Yes, sir. It could be like there could be a leak of radiation in the BWR, as it is the same fluid passes through everything, and there may be a leak of radiation, but in PWR all the loops are separate, so it's less risky.
Thank you. And one task, let's say, for you to find out, when you say supercritical, you have to do some research on what is the delay neutrons and what are the prompt neutrons. So I leave it to you as a research. So try to find out what it means prompt neutrons and what it means delayed neutrons and why is supercriticality related with this. Okay. But your presentation was very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Vega. In fact, I indeed agree with you. The presentation is very nicely crafted, and they have presented very nicely in a very coordinated manner. I just want to ask one question to all of you. What do you feel is the most important part in the nuclear reactor? You have very nicely mentioned the components of nuclear reactor. Just that, if you can tell me, what do you feel is the most important part for this nuclear reactor?
Sir, fuel rod and control rod.
Yes, sir.
All of you? That's really the correct answer, and yes, because the main difference which separates a nuclear reactor, a safe nuclear reactor, from the bomb, as everyone says that nuclear power is always associated with the bomb. This is the main difference. In any nuclear reactor, you have controlled controlled chain reaction, and that you do using the control rods. So yes, indeed. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just add one line here to IYNS Vice President Mr. Vega? Can you please put the research question in the message box? Thank you. Thanks a lot, Faridabad campus. It was really very good presentation. All the best.
Do we have Supriya here? Supriya, by any chance, are you here? Okay. Yeah, over to you, Sachin. Thank you.
So do we have time to entertain questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure. Before once jury is done, the floor is all yours.
So do we have any questions from the audience? Feel free to type it in the chat box. Or if someone is monitoring the YouTube chat and they find some questions over there, then we can also ask them.
Mr. Samyak from IYNS is handling YouTube channel. If there is any question, Samyak sir, please hand over on WhatsApp to Sachin. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am.
We have a question. What would happen if we used liquid nitrogen to cool down the reactor instead of water?
Is this a question for the team or a question to me?
To you.
Yes.
To you.
I believe we're looking for questions for the team, and please keep in mind the presentation that they have given.
Exactly. So, but I'll take this question. So the coolant for any nuclear reactor is basically chosen by with different parameters, and it also depends on type of reactor you are dealing with. There are certain reactors where you can use these helium gas and helium cooled reactors and something like this, where the power density is quite high and the power generation is quite high. But for the reactors here, which has been mentioned by the team, the BWR and PWR, they are light water reactors which don't have that high power density. So these reactors can be easily cooled by the normal water. If you have fast reactors, by fast reactor, which means there's a differentiation between type of reactors. In fast reactors, the power density is bit higher than the mentioned reactors. There you use liquid metal as the coolant. So as I'm mentioning, depending on different type of reactor you can use. So liquid nitrogen, yeah, maybe, but it is avoidable because liquid nitrogen has a different property. It may be used in different reactor system, but not for the normal operating systems so far. Thank you.
The next question we got is from YouTube. Which reactor is safe and efficient? I believe this is in reference to the 2-3 reactors that the presenters spoke about.
So, like we had shown in light water reactors too, pressurized water reactor and boiling water reactor. In this side, pressurized water reactor is much safer as there are separate loops of water and the radiation, like in boiling, there is only one loop and radiation may leak. But in pressurized water, the water is separated, and this is why it is safer.
It is also the most common reactor used type of reactor.
I hope the question is answered. We do not have any more time for questions in this round, so we will begin with the next presentation. May I now request finalist 3 to present their work.
So is my voice coming?
Yes, your voice is audible.
Okay, thanks. So here is a very simple question for you all. Just 1 second. Anybody from the audience can tell this? Just 1 second it would take.
audience or anybody? Or should I move ahead?
Hydrogen. Hydrogen.
Okay. So you are correct. So our topic is study of role of hydrogen-based society. So here's our presentation. I would introduce my team, presenters, Janvi Singh, Shambhavi Singh, and Jyotsna Pandey. But because of the unavailability of laptop, they wouldn't be able to handle on with the presentation, but obviously with the question answer session. And the guides were Mr. Mayank Agnihotri and Dr. Aditya, and we are from Vidya Gyan School, Sitapur. So the very first thing, hydrogen, power the extraordinary. So first of all, creating about a hydrogen-based ecosystem, it's very good for a sustainable future. This kind of ecosystem uses hydrogen as a power source to produce energy. And we are also going to use it in our fuel cells. And like sources of energy such as hydropower, wind, solar, and nuclear energy are used to produce this hydrogen. So use of hydrogen in our ecosystem and powering many things from it, it would provide a safer, cleaner, and green environment to live. And obviously it would be safer. So the next thing is, why hydrogen? So the demand, as we know that demand for energy is increasing because the population is increasing day by day, and our like lifestyle is also changing, and fossil fuels are diminishing at the same rate very fastly. And the emissions from these fossil fuels are degrading the air quality. The carbon byproducts and the particulate matter that are suspended in the atmosphere, they degrade the air quality. So we need to find a cleaner way to live in. So the use of hydrogen can be helpful in this case. It would provide a safer and greener environment to live in. So the first thing, how we can get the hydrogen? Like if we are thinking about a hydrogen-based ecosystem, then we should be having the source to produce the hydrogen. So the first thing is hydropower. So hydropower has the advantage of being a renewable and a clean source. So like the very few slides, I would be explaining some methods to produce the hydrogen. And the ultimate thing is getting the energy from these sources and then doing the electrolysis to produce the hydrogen. So the process is same here also. The way for producing hydrogen, which would increase efficiency of hydroelectric plants also, is the conversion of water into hydrogen through electrolysis by using the excess energy or the wasted energy which is not yet used in the hydropower plants. So this reliable method would increase the hydrogen production by providing the energy for electrolysis, which is totally pollution free. Moving on to the next slide, production of hydrogen from wind energy. So this too is a safer way, very safer way, I would say. So most of the hydrogen is produced from hydrocarbons. I'm talking about the present time, but these are contributing to a lot of carbon dioxide emissions in our environment. So the wind generated electricity can power the water electrolysis that can produce the hydrogen, which we can use to power the fuel cells, and that we can use in the vehicles, so that there would be no harmful emissions from the vehicles mainly. Next is production of hydrogen from natural gas. So as we know that natural gas contains methane, CH4, and that is also used to produce the hydrogen in the present time. But there are emissions, as I explained in the last slide also. So this process uses the steam methane reformation and partial oxidation. So the first method, the steam methane reforming is a matured production process in which high temperature steam, 700 degrees Celsius to 1000 degrees Celsius, is used to produce the hydrogen from a methane source. And the second process, in partial oxidation, the methane and the other hydrocarbons in a natural gas, they react with a limited amount of oxygen. So limited amount of oxygen is there, and that is not able to completely oxidize the hydrocarbons to carbon dioxide and water. Then the just a second, this is creating some issue. So the partial oxidation is an exothermic process, and this is, if you would see, it is typically much faster than the steam reforming and also requires a smaller reactor vessel. Then the production of hydrogen from nuclear energy, a very discussed topic in this camp, nuclear energy. So the nuclear power plants can also produce hydrogen in a variety of methods, and it would reduce harmful emissions, air emissions too. So how this can be done? This can be done with the help of a constant thermal energy and electricity that the plant provides. The electrolysis process uses the electricity and heat generated from the nuclear power plants to split the water into its constituents, consequently producing the hydrogen gas. And obviously, this method would establish clean energy pathway to generate the hydrogen. This is Then there is one way, like there are 2-3 ways to produce the energy from nuclear power plants. So we would be telling about one, that is thermochemical cycles. In this process, very high temperatures like 500 degrees Celsius to 2000 degrees Celsius, which is obtained from the waste heat of nuclear power reactions. So you would notice one thing, that I also mentioned this waste heat or waste energy in the case of that hydropower ones. So we don't have to be concerned about that how we would get so much energy to produce the hydrogen, the waste heat, and this would increase the efficiency of the plants too, which we are using to produce the hydrogen, like the hydropower plants and the nuclear plants. And the heat that we get from the nuclear power plants, it is used to drive a series of chemical reactions to produce the hydrogen. And the very good thing is, like the chemicals used in this cycle, they are reused within each cycle, creating a closed loop that consumes only water and produces hydrogen and oxygen, so no emissions. Then we would come to producing hydrogen from sources like solar energy. So there are two methods. First one is biophotolysis. So this method uses living systems or the material derived from them to split the water into its constituents. So in every method that we are using, we are getting the very safe energy without any emissions, which would not create the pollution to break the water into its constituents, hydrogen and oxygen. So coming to next thing, this process is in this process, the oxygen is evolved from that green plant, but the hydrogen ions and the electrons are removed by the interaction of carbon dioxide from the air to produce the sugars. Certain single green-blue algae are also able to make enzyme, hydrogenase, and they decompose water in sunlight to yield its constituents, hydrogen and oxygen. The very one advantage is of this process is the ability to vary the conditions that can optimize the hydrogen production. So we can control this. The second process is, just a second. The second process is photoelectrolysis, and this process uses in this process, water splitting is one of the potential techniques for clean solar hydrogen production. It is based on the concept of conversion of light energy into electrical energy within a cell involving two electrodes, of which at least one is made of a semiconductor that can absorb the sunlight. Now coming to a very interesting thing, fuel cell. So a fuel cell is just like other cells, like it functions like a battery, but it doesn't need to the power or to recharge regularly or to some constant periods. Like it needs the fuel, and as long as it would get the fuel, it would function. So it is an electrochemical device that would combine hydrogen and oxygen to produce the electricity. This technology can be used in transportation, stationary power station, telecommunication. And the benefits are, this is reliable, efficient, and this has environmental benefits, and it would also replace the battery. something about the structure and the just a second, there is some glitch. Yes, sorry. This consists of two electrodes, a negative and a positive electrode, which is sandwiched around an electrolyte. So the hydrogen is fed to the anode, and that hydrogen, we have discussed that how we would get this hydrogen from different sources of energy. So this hydrogen would be fed to anode, and the air is fed to the cathode. So there is a catalyst in the fuel cell at the anode that would separate the hydrogen molecules into protons and the electrons, which would take different parts to the cathode. Then the electrons go through an external circuit, and it would create a flow of energy. And this is how we get the electricity from the fuel cell. Then the protons that we got from the hydrogen, it would migrate through the electrolyte to the cathode, where they would unite with the oxygen and the electrons, and it would produce water. So you must be by the time so sorry. So now you would be able to know that the only emissions from the fuel cell is water, that is made from the proton from the electron that we are getting from the oxygen, and the proton that is migrating to the cathode. So the fuel cell is very safe. So finally, coming to use of hydrogen in transportation, a very important issue that we are facing today is the harmful emissions from the vehicles. And as the population is increasing, lifestyle is changing, and the needs of people are increasing. They are earning a lot of money too. So obviously, buying the vehicles and getting some new technology, getting through them, it's very common. So we have to get a alternative which can be used in the transportation, and it would have no carbon emissions to harm the environment. So the hydrogen fuel cells can contribute very well here. So the hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles are powered by electricity that we have discussed how it would be produced in the functioning of the fuel cell, and so it would produce no carbon dioxide or other harmful emissions from their tailpipe, but only water vapor. So this is the thing. This application options for hydrogen as a fuel for mobility can be differentiated firstly by the chemical form of it, and secondly by the energy converter by which the energy stored in the hydrogen is made available. So here we get something about these vehicles. In these vehicles, energy is stored in the form of compressed hydrogen fuel. The hydrogen fuel cells convert compressed hydrogen from their fuel tanks into the electricity that would power the electric motor in the vehicle. This provides a similar range to vehicles powered by the internal combustion engines using gasoline or diesel. How is hydrogen helping the environment? The ultimate thing that we are coming to, how it would help the environment. Why choosing the hydrogen only? Why studying about this topic, going for it, researching for it? What is the reason? So the hydrogen can be produced by a primary source of energy, be it fossil fuels such as natural gas and coal, but it would surely have emissions too. And some renewable sources are also available, and we have discussed them in previous slides like hydropower, wind energy, and solar energy. If hydrogen is produced by making use of renewable energy, then it leads to zero carbon emissions. A very important thing. Please mind this word, mind these three words: zero carbon emissions, and give the green hydrogen. So, a very common issue that we face in the steel industry, that it has been considered one of the most difficult in which to reduce carbon emissions because of the raw materials it uses. But hydrogen helps here by replacing these fossil fuels and supplying heat and also acting as a catalyst in this process. Then the use of hydrogen in transportation, the picture is changing now. It is used as the fuel in the fuel cell that would power the vehicles too. And the emissions from gasoline and diesel vehicles, such as nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, and the particulate matter, are a major source of air pollution. But hydrogen powered fuel cell produce none of these, but the innocent water only. Finally, summing up the advantages of this hydrogen that we are talking since long, it's renewable, it's a clean energy source and doesn't emit harmful substances on burning. Energy produced from hydrogen is non-toxic, which is rare for a fuel source. Hydrogen energy is highly efficient as it can produce energy, just a second, just it can produce energy per pound of fuel. And this energy can be produced on demand. All that is needed is to split the water molecules into its constituents. Obviously, every scientific thing that we research into has some disadvantages. So it also has some, it's very volatile because of its high energy content. So we have to work with this hydrogen very carefully. And the second thing is it is very difficult to store and transport the hydrogen because it's very lighter and it needs to be kept at low temperature and high pressure so that it can be kept in the liquid form as needed. And hydrogen energy is expensive to produce, therefore like many countries are being prevented from committing to this mass production. And there is no smell of it, like odorless gas, so sensors are required to detect gas leaks if it takes place. Finally, concluding our research, in the present scenario, there is huge opportunity of research for us to use hydrogen as a fuel. We human beings have our own limitations to use hydrogen, as discussed in the previous slides. Though it is one of the most abundant element in the universe and also easily available fuel. So there is a huge scope of technological advancements in the field of hydrogen-based energy production. And burning any fossil fuel would produce carbon dioxide, which contributes to the greenhouse effect, warming the earth. So burning coal produces more carbon dioxide than burning oil or gas, producing sulfur dioxide, a gas that contributes to acid rain too. So here hydrogen fuel cells come into picture. There are a promising alternative to current automobile fuels, and they essentially combine the energy density and the convenience of liquid fuels with the clean and the efficient operation of electric vehicles. So this was our research. That this much we learned while this, and we enjoyed a lot. We learned a lot with this topic. So thanks a lot.
Just a reminder that there are points for adhering to the time limit, so please keep that in mind, teams. Time for the jury questions.
Okay, can I make a question? Sorry.
Yes, Shambhavi.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning,
My
sir.
question is very funny to you. Well, it doesn't involve much of physics or reactors.
Okay, sir.
The government of India awards you a big house, and your two options. One is 1 kilometer away from the parliament, and the other one is 1 kilometer away from the nuclear reactor.
Yes, sir.
For and why?
Sir, looking at the present scenario and getting familiar to much of nuclear reactors, as no much advancements are there presently, and it wouldn't be safer, so I would prefer the parliament one.
That means 1 kilometer away from parliament is safer than the staying outside a nuclear reactor. Same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you. Well, next you remember, please. I'm off.
So I'll take first and then we'll go to Vega. So nice presentation, Shambhavi, and your team. I just want to ask one thing, like what risk do you feel if you have the hydrogen powered vehicle? You have already mentioned it a bit, but if you can highlight it.
Yes, sir. Like if we are using hydrogen in the hydrogen fuels, so if there are any leaks, we are not able to detect the leaks. and it's very like it's a very volatile fuel. So the handling process is a bit risky there. Like handling the hydrogen at like to keep it in the liquid form, we need a very low temperature, and we have to keep it under high pressure. So these things need to be monitored.
So one thing I would like to add to Shambhavi's point, uh, that for hydrogen there is one big disadvantage, and that is the storage problem. Because of which, yeah, because of which, though many countries are expending a lot, but are not able to use it economically. That is the major disadvantage.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Vega.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for the presentation. And it was very good. And I have, my question is mainly on, I want to know your opinion. If I ask you in the next 20 years, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think hydrogen will be fully used into the transportation industry, for instance? What's your opinion on this?
So like when I started researching on this project, I went through the Japan's research. Like they are switching more to it. So seeing their advancements, like I can't compare my country to Japan. Like there are a bit technological things that are more advanced in Japan. But I would say that coming 20 years would be better, and hydrogen production would be more, and people have to switch to it. Like fossil fuels are almost diminishing, so we have to find an alternative. And we know that for developing something we need to take some risks and need to develop the technology. We can't go for the developments and for the safer things without any risk. So we have to learn to work with risk risks with technological developments.
All right, and you think that in 20 years we
Yes,
will
sir.
be
It would
maybe
increase.
use hydrogen in transportation?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Hi, Shambhavi. I'm finally back. I've rebooted, so sorry about the earlier glitch. Very nice presentation. I really liked your presentation, and it's a nice topic too. One small input for all of the presenters, not only you, would be that your slides are a little text heavy right now. So it would be great if you guys would just introduce the concept and talk about it a little bit more. But I understand it's an online source, so you guys have to put in a lot of text for us to understand. But I really liked it. The effort is really great. My side, I would like to ask you another question on the use of hydrogen. I would like to ask, you're saying that it's a clean fuel, yes, and it doesn't emit harmful substances, but it's also been around for a very long time. So building on what Vega was saying, how would you see the acceptance of such a fuel in a country like India? Because if the fuel does not work very well in a country like Canada, which is cold most of the year round, in a country like India, which is tropical and hot, and given the instability that the fuel has right now and the storage issue. So what's the future for us in India? And of course, we are one of the largest emitters right now.
Right now, yes.
Yeah, so it would really do us well if we could switch to a clean fuel like hydrogen. But from all the stuff that I've seen in the IITs and what's been developing, hydrogen as a fuel has been around for a very long time. So apart from transportation, what other sectors do you think there is a usage for the fuel? And secondly, what do you think will happen in a country like ours?
So
The fuel usage.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It's a very good question. Like in our country, India, before going for this hydrogen and making people aware about it, we have several more issues before us. So this would affect our research a bit and making people aware, but it won't be that difficult too. And despite transportation, like hydrogen can be used to, like I mentioned, the first thing which I researched about the use of hydrogen is in fuel cells, and consequently, fuel cells are being used in many places. It is being used for military purposes to micro power and then stationary power stations. So for our research, what I have seen that hydrogen is very prevalent in the use of fuel cells in the future. So the first thing would be this, according to me, like it's used in fuel cells first, then moving into another sector. So we have to first develop some awareness and like having some confidence, belief of people in using the fuel cells, then we can move to another sector too. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Sir, it's me, Janvi, a group member of, member of group 3. So, I would like to answer the question. One that time due to technical issue, I was not able to answer.
Go ahead.
I would like to prefer to stay 100 kilometers away from nuclear reactor. Sir, as a researcher, I would know the safety measures, and so that's why I would like to live 100 kilometers away from a nuclear reactor, and this would also break the myths which people have about nuclear reactors.
What's your name?
Janvi.
Janvi, I said 1 kilometer, not 100 kilometers.
Okay,
So
sorry, sir.
1 kilometer away from the parliament and 1 kilometer away from the nuclear reactor.
Yes, sir. I would like to live 1 kilometer away from nuclear reactor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
That was a
Thank you,
wonderful
sir.
presentation. Let's move on to the next presenter. Once again, I'd like to remind the participants to adhere to the time limit because we are a little behind schedule. May I now request the next team to share their screen.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible, I think.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So, so here we are presenting a slide, and our topic is how do we extract uranium. So I am not going into details about uranium, like its properties and everything, and I'm just directly going to the how do we extract uranium. So according to me, there are three main processes. One is how do we extract it from the ground, and second is leaching, and third one is purifying, that is ion exchange method and the solvent extraction methods. So first I am going with how do we extract it from the ground. So basically there are two methods, that is conventional and another one, the new one, that is ISL, in situ leaching. So in conventional we have open cast mining and underground mining. So if I talk about underground mining, open cast mining, we do some of the blasting like process, a physical process, just to get the ore from the ground. And after that, when we get it, we bring it on the surface. And after that, bringing it on the surface, we ground it. First we case it so that in the mills, and after we ground it in the water to make a liquid type of substance, that is slurry. And if the ore is very deep inside the earth or the surface, then we go for the underground mining. For the safer side, we also have the in situ leaching method because it is more useful as it is not producing any heat kind of something. So I would request my Ayush, please move to the slide. It is just open cast mining. We have explained it. And in situ leaching, this is a very important and the upcoming method that most of the industry are following it and having it. So now I would like to introduce that how do we purify the uranium that we are getting from the ore, as we are going to use the uranium for this such a like we are using it in the nuclear power plants, so we cannot take any risks, and there should not be any impurity inside it. So like solvent extraction or the liquid extraction, it must be. So this method is very useful and the old method also, I would like to say. So in this method, we are having two liquids. One will be the polar part and the another will be the non-polar. Because they both the liquids should be immiscible liquid, and to be an immiscible liquid, it should be polar and non-polar. So like here we have extraction of the substance from one liquid aqueous to another liquid organic. Now after grounding the uranium, the ore in the water, we are having the slurry. So we will mix it in the water, and now as we are having the polar part, like the water and the slurry in it, and so we are going to add some organic part. So when we add some organic part, some of the, we can see this middle one, and where we are having the organic part and the polar part, that the water. So some of the uranium that is inside the slurry form inside the water will come up over the organic part, and in this way there are so many cells continuously, so this process takes place again and again. Like if the more of the parts are in the organic part, so we will add now the water part so that it can extract. Moving to the next slide. So I thought that we get this method from a very good example, like seagull, which is diving into the ocean to get a fish. Like inside this, like this, the ocean, that is our solution, and the fishes inside the ocean, they are the like a uranium particles or ions, and the fish that we are talking about, this is some chemical that we are using to extract the uranium from the solution. So in this figure, there is a red portion. I am talking about the chemical. So there is a red portion that is known as a complex. That is it's a difficult complex that is the company's form. So this complex has a property to just pick up any of the ion according to its property. So it is going to pick the uranium ions from the solution so that we can get its purification. Moving to the next slide. As we have already seen, water is a polar and the matter is ionic. They mix together. So when we add this complex, I'm talking about that part only, it neutralizes the metal ions. So when it neutralizes, the water tried to mix this ionic part, but being the neutral, it could not mix it. So it's reduced the complex, it reduced the solubility of this leachant that we get of the leaching process. I will explain it later. And this all process we are doing just to attain the lower energy state. In chemistry, we use this method for all reactions to lower atomic energy state. Move to the next slide. This is a simple cell that we have taken from the net only. Like this is an aqueous feed from where we are putting all the slurry that has the uranium ions and the organic solvent from the other side. So here we are, when we mix it, there's a chelate that I told you, like the seagull. So it will separate it will take all the uranium ions, and this there is a hole that will allow to move that liquid which have the uranium ions to move in the shelter part, and that portion, if you allow to keep it for some time, then the heavier part will settle down and the lighter part will move up, and from there we can extract it, and the raffinate that will be formed will be the leachant that we used for it from the aqueous feed. So that will go for again to reuse for the reuse. Next slide. After getting the extraction, that is a pregnant the presentation of the uranium is very much. So we just add this soda. So the soda has the property that it has higher affinity for the uranium. So it leaves the solvent and is combined with the uranium. From there, move to the last slide. Final slide. This is the whole process that takes place in the solvent extraction. When we are adding the soda ash, it will combine with the uranium and it will go for the precipitation section, and the solvent it was having will move to the suspended organic solvent and it will be reused. So from the precipitation section, we will add and it will form a yellow cake powder that is.
Gulfam sir, may I request you to speak? I think it's your team, because they are sitting at different part of India, the rural area, and child is trying his level best to speak but is not able to. Over to Gulfam sir. So he can present and you can speak, sir.
Are you next slide? Move to next slide, please. Ayush. Now the second method that most of the companies are taking is ion exchange method. So here we are going to talk about after the leaching. So after doing the leaching process, we are getting the uranyl sulfate ions, and we will remove these ions from the solution. So in this process, we are going to use the resin. Resin has a chemical network to which cationic positive groups are attached to the advanced beads. As their positive cations are attached to it, so it will try to attract the negative parts. And being the uranium in uranium solvent, it will be a negative part, so it will try to catch the uranium part. So move to the next slide. Here is the steps that we have written. The first step is that first we will take the resin in a beaker, and that we will pass the nitrate solution. So as we will pass the nitrate solution, the nitrate ions, they are negative charge, so they will be bind with the resin. After that, we are going to pass the positive charge, that is in which the uraniums are loaded. So uranium ions are suspended. So when we pass the uranium solution, the nitrate part will be passed away with the solution, and the uranium part, they are more negative, so they will be attached to the resin. And the impurity along with these nitrate part ions, they will be moved out. So move to the next slide. In step 5, they will be, what will happen, the uranium ions, they are attached to they are bind with the resin. So now we are going to again pass that nitrate ions solution. So what will happen, the uranium ions will be released out, and the nitrate ions will be bind with the resin, as it is only the game of pH values. We will change the pH value according to our requirements. That's why it is happening when it is binding with the nitrate ions, or it is binding with the uranium ions. Next slide. After doing the purification, we will send this solution to the last section, and there we will dry it, and finally we get the yellow cake. This is a highly concentrated uranium powder, which is obtained after the ion exchange method or the solvent extraction method. Now move to the next slide about the leaching. Next slide. So we do the leaching process only because we want to get the uranium in the more concentrated form, because there are so many impurity, and we are removing the impurity in every step by step method. So leaching is a process that we do to extract the any metal. Like here we are talking the uranium, so we will be extracting the uranium from this overall solution that we have. So for doing this, there can be acid or the alkaline leaching. When we are talking about the acid leaching, we will be using the acid like the nitrogen, like sulfuric acid, etc. And when we are doing the alkaline leaching, we will be using the base part. Next slide. Go on. Next slide. Yes, acid leaching has the advantage of being more effective with actually this when we are using the acid leaching, it's very useful as it reduces the time, and it's also requires a lower temperature for doing the leaching process. Whereas in the alkaline leaching, it need much more temperature than the acid leaching, and it takes also much time. But in alkaline leaching, there is also one advantage that it is more selective to the uranium minerals. So which means the solution will contain fewer impurity, and that is the aim of doing the leaching process. So that's why we go for the alkaline leaching sometimes also. That's all, I think.
Sachit, may I just want to add one point, if you allow?
Come on.
So this is important to note, judges, juries, and all esteemed guests, that Vidyagan students who just presented, they are not in school and they are sitting at some remote part of India. And so there was some technical glitches and they have made all presentation on mobile and they were handling 2 mobile at a time. So please do consider. Thank you.
Request the jury to proceed with their questions.
Yes, Manendra.
Yes, sir.
Your contents were so rich, very, very rich. No, you did very good presentation, and thank you so much. In spite of all those glitches, you have done it so well. My question to Maninder, you is, well, there is some nuclear reaction taking place at the surface of sun, right? Is it
Yes, sir.
fusion or fission?
It's a fusion, I think, sir.
Fission
Yes, sir.
or fusion?
Fusion, sir, I think.
Can you spell it? I'm not able to hear you properly. Spell the word.
It's a fusion.
F-I-S-S-I-O-N, right?
Yes, sir.
I still cannot hear you. At the surface of sun. Yeah.
Sir, may I answer, please?
Yes, please go on.
Sir, it is nuclear fusion.
Fusion. Okay. Who are you? Are you Ayush?
Yes, sir. I am the team member.
Okay, you're a team member. Ayush, there are 2 fusion reactions taking place at normally happen. One is called as carbon nitrogen cycle and other is called proton proton cycle. Which of the 2 is happening at the surface of sun?
Sir, actually, I'm not aware about it.
But you're sure that it is fusion, right?
Yes, sir.
It is fusion, but you're not sure about carbon nitrogen cycle or it is proton proton cycle. Yes? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, another question I'll ask you. You have single fusion reaction and single fission reaction. Single. Which will generate more energy?
Sir, fusion reaction.
Will generate more energy. Single fusion and single fission.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much.
Sachit, is there any question from any jury members?
Yeah, I'm going ahead.
Okay.
Just one question I'd like to address the team. What is the chemical formula for the yellow cake which you mentioned there? Thank you. Any of the team member, Ayush, maybe.
Sorry, sir, we don't know.
It's okay. Thank you.
Sir,
Who would-
is it ADU or MDU? I think, sir. Actually, we find it where we find Google out when it was variable, sir, variable formula. So we are confused ADU or MDU, something like that. We are not
Is
sure about it, sir.
it like UO2, UO3, UO308, anything like this?
Sir, UO2.
The yellow cake I'm talking about, is it UO2 or UO302 or
Sir,
UO3?
UO2. UO2.
Okay, thank you.
Are we done with the jury questions?
I have a small question as well. Team, if you were to explain the extraction of uranium to a person who does not quite understand the technology, how would you do that? I mean, would you be able to explain first of all, and how would you do that? This is quite technical, and I have studied science, but even for me, some of the stuff is quite new, so it's quite well done. Thank you very much for the presentation. But I would really like to understand, if you were to say, explain this to somebody who does not quite understand the whole process, will you be able to do that? So take a shot at
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. So I think if I am required to do that, then I will go for the in situ leaching method, because I have done it yesterday only. I was explained to one of my small brother. So I was able to make sure that he understand that in situ. I just explain him that we pour the solution inside the ground, and that solution it make the uranium from the ground to move to a particular pipe, and I explain it with the help of a practical man.
Okay.
So I
That's very
think this method, ma'am,
all right.
can work out. As if we talk about the open pit and the underground mining, it's a we can do it. We can show the videos for them. First, we show the videos so that they can get an idea how do we extract it, man.
And what about
But
the
I think
safety issue with open pit mining and other things of uranium? How would you deal with the safety aspects of mining uranium?
so, ma'am, can you repeat the question once again?
I was asking, when you explain all this, how would you deal with the safety aspect of mining uranium? How safe is it, and what are the hazards that people might face?
Are you
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Acha, would you like to take a shot, or should we move on?
Does any other member from the team want to answer this question?
Yeah, I would like to answer, ma'am. Actually, there are various hazards as uranium is radioactive. So in open pit mining, ma'am, water is put on uranium so that the radiation can be reduced.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I have one question and one comment. Maybe a suggestion, you can do some research on what kind of radiation you have with uranium itself, and see how this is related with safety aspects. But my question was basically to ask you what can you say about the projections of uranium on Earth? Basically, how much uranium we have, and what are the alternatives that you think we have for current technology of reactors? But basically, what can you say about the projections of the uranium on Earth? How much we have, how much time we have with current consumption, etc. Can you say something like that on this?
Sir, can you please repeat your question because we are facing network issues?
Yes, I was asking about what can you say about the projections of the amount of uranium that we have on Earth and we can use. Can you say anything about that?
So I think, sir, like in India only, sir, we are not mining anywhere, sir. There are some places where uranium can be found, and we are trying to reach it out, sir. So I think India has a bad future ahead for the in case of uranium. If I talk about the world, then there are few countries who are having much more, most of the part of the uranium in their power. So there is no, I think it's insufficient amount, I think, sir.
No, maybe team, you guys should read up a little bit more, because I know the Jaduguda mine is a uranium mine in Singhbhum in India.
Yes.
And there are deposits found in Meghalaya as well, where they are mining, and there's a lot of backlash. The community does not want uranium mines to be open because it's mostly open cast mining in the country. But just a input.
Yes, I think Supriya has rightly mentioned you need to read a bit more about it. Thank you for this nice presentation. We can go ahead, Sachit, with the next one. Thank you.
Also, please note we have overshoot time, so it's requested to the team to present it within time limit. Last team now, I think. Thank you.
May I now call upon the next team for the presentation? Okay, so should we start?
Yes, go
Good
ahead.
morning. Good morning. Today we are my group are going to present a PPT on use of gamma rays for non-invasive surgeries. My team members are Ayan Gupta from grade 10, Hiral Arora from grade 11, and Avantika Sehgal from grade 6. We all are in Shiv Nadar School, Noida, and our team name is ZAR. So before I start, I would also like to wish you all a happy Radiography Day. This day marks the discovery of X-rays. Here is the next slide here. Okay. Have any of you ever wondered where did the word surgery come from? Okay, yeah. So it came from a Greek word, which is chirurgia. Chir means hand and urgia means work. The earliest surgical methods carried out was trepanation, which is drilling holes into the skull for head injuries. Next slide. Yeah. So Sushita Banaras is the father of surgery in India. He documented his surgeries in multi-volume book named Sushruta Samhita. Next slide. Yeah, okay. Discovery of antibiotics and anesthesia empowered more and more surgeries to be carried out. The traditional surgical methods involved giving 4 to 5 inches of incision, which over the period got smaller but was still invasive in nature. Next slide. With discovery of X-rays, we started looking towards non-invasive methods of surgery. Next slide. Yeah. The non-invasive technology today are gamma rays and LINAC. And now I would like to pass on to Ayan. Ayan, you're on mute.
I'm really sorry. So after that brief history of radiotherapy, we need to understand the substance on which all of this is based, namely radioisotopes. So a brief history of radioisotopes. So you can see the book in the background is Life Atomic. Just a brief history of radioisotopes in science and medicine by Angela N.G. Gregor. It's a great book in which she clearly specifies that in 1896, Henry Becquerel is credited with the discovery of radioisotopes. And Ernest Lawrence cyclotrons made it possible to create radioisotopes in lab conditions. Now here I've clearly specified the working after 1950s here. Now in future generations, now in future we have, like I read in Korean article in which it clearly specifies that they are working on these isotopes respectively, and they can be seen more in use in the future. Next slide, please. So what are radioisotopes? To understand this, we need to tackle a much more basic questions. Why are some isotopes radioactive? Now, we all have seen that nuclear energy graph in grade 12, in which there's a curve, then there's an ideal line ratio, which clearly specifies the ratio between the number of neutrons by the number of protons an atom should have to attain stability. Now, if this ratio, or somewhere near it, now if this ratio becomes too much or too less, then atoms start showing signs of radioactivity and emit radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays to attain the stability. All the elements after bismuth, atomic number 83, are radioactive in nature. However, we do not need to attain such high atomic numbers to see radioactivity, as we can see radioactivity in the isotope of hydrogen, tritium. Now, I've clearly specified what radioisotopes are here, but in an easy language, radioisotopes are nothing but isotopes of certain elements, in which the neutron by proton ratio is not clearly balanced, and they therefore emit radiation in order to attain a stable nucleus. Now, I've mentioned half-life here. Half-life is nothing but a measure of time, the time it takes for half the radioisotope to decay. Can you move on? So why aren't all atomic masses integral? Like we all know the number of nucleons, they're always integral in an atom. However, this is atomic masses, they are not so. This is because of due to the presence of isotopes. Now in 1910, Felix Ude was conducting an experiment in which he took the ore of thorium and uranium and they let them decay into lead and they measured their atomic masses and they came out to be different. This helped us embark and journey into more discovery of radioisotopes in the future after 1896. Can you move on? Now, radioisotopes have a variety of applications and use. They're used in radiopharmaceuticals and positron emission tomography scans. I've explained them both here. I'll explain you another phenomena, nuclear imaging. The main difference between nuclear imaging and other systems. Hello, are you able to hear me? You are? Okay, sorry. So what is nuclear imaging? The main difference between nuclear imaging and other types of body imaging is that the radioisotope is present within our body as we have taken it in the form of an oral pill. Now nuclear image, now through a gamma ray, as they constantly emit radiation, we're able to see its position and concentration. If the concentration of radioisotopes somewhere is little or is a cold spot, then we know there's a blood clot there. And if it's somewhere, if it's a lot and it's a hot spot, then we know that the respective cell or tissue is damaged. Can you move on? Like I mentioned, there are a large variety of applications of radioisotopes in industry, research, and medicine, which I've mentioned here. For example, cobalt-60 is used in radiation therapy to prevent cancer. You can see them all here. Can you move on? Now, another question, are radiations dangerous? You'll be surprised to know back in round 2, when we asked this question, are you concerned about natural radioactivity? An overwhelming 75% people said yes, because they associate radiations with gamma rays and neutron radiation. However, even light is a radiation. So, am I saying radiations are not dangerous? No. If you stand inside a Chernobyl nuclear reactor, you will die. It depends on magnitude, and the magnitude of damage radiation due to the human skin is measured in sieverts. If we are living in the metros, we experience about 0.006 sieverts of radiation each day. However, the amount of radiation people fear is at least four sieverts, which are the chances of which you encounter are very, very slim. Passing it on to Hiril. Thank you.
Now moving on to the body of the presentation, that is use of gamma rays for non-invasive surgeries. Being a non-science student, I got a lot to learn. Of new things different from what I usually delve into. First thing I found was that gamma rays are mainly used to treat brain tumors. Then I realized that now with advanced technology, it is also used to treat bodily tumors. For the use of gamma ray surgery, up to 200 individual beams are made to intersect at a single point. Why is the use of gamma rays an excellent choice for killing tumors? The individual rays used in the procedure are on their own very weak to harm healthy tissue, but when they meet together, they become powerful enough to damage the cancerous cells. They not only superficially damage the cancerous cells, but also destroy their DNA, making sure that the tumor does not grow back. Non-invasive surgery using gamma rays can be done through two main equipments, depending on which type of disease we have at hand. Gamma knife for neurological and cyber knife for bodily tumors. While the latter is a more common and traditionally used equipment, but the former is a more advanced form of the same. The procedure consists of 5 main steps. The first one being consultation, wherein the patient is debriefed about the whole process. The second step is attaching the frame on the patient's head. This is done to make sure that the head stays still throughout the treatment. However, now with advanced technology like that in CyberKnife, one can also go frameless in this procedure. Next comes imaging of the tumor to get the exact location, shape, and size of the target. After imaging, the oncologist sits down with another specialist to devise a treatment plan with the help of designing treatment planning software. The last step in the treatment, wherein the patient's tumor is treated with the help of gamma rays. If a frame is used to attach to the head positioning system, an IV tube helps keep the patient hydrated throughout the process. The treatment is totally painless, and if it is a frameless procedure, then the patient has more scope for free movement. Just like two hearts are never the same, similarly, no two gamma ray radiosurgery treatments are ever the same. Depending on the type of condition, the effect of the same varies. Here are a few results of different types of tumors that can be treated with the same. These images show the before and after of the treatment of brain AVM and thyroid cancer respectively. These images clearly show how without even creating a single incision, gamma rays were able to tactfully remove the cancer. The use of gamma rays increases the success rate for treatment of AVM to 80 to 85% from just 3%. The isotope of gamma rays used in this process traditionally is cobalt-16. Now boron-10 and iodine-131 are also used for treatment. The risks involved in this are usually temporary and include fatigue, swelling, and nausea, etc. These risks are nowhere as pressing as those in normal surgery, making this radiosurgery a safer and a better treatment option in such cases. Surely, gamma ray surgery's benefits outweigh its disadvantages. In comparison to other forms of energy, in this method there is very less discomfort. Surprising for some people to hear, but it is cheaper. Rehabilitation time is reduced and the accuracy is greater. This method also has a few downfalls, including the fact that gamma rays can interact with cells in the body and also cause abnormal mitosis. Looking at the future of medicine in the surgical field, everything and anything is possible. Just about a decade ago, who would have thought that we would be able to print organs, but now here we are. In the slide are mentioned few of the things that surgical techniques that could be used in the near future. Creating this project has been a weird yet fun experience. Completing this in 2 days was no piece of cake and took a lot of effort. I can proudly, on behalf of my team, say that we learned a lot of new things and look forward to a day when nuclear energy won't be associated only with nuclear bombs. All of us thought that completing this in 5 minutes would be totally impossible, but here we are doing it. Thank you for this lovely journey.
Thanks a lot, judges.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. I'll ask Dr. Sani to take the questions, please.
Yes, please. You have done wonderful work. Can you hear me? Avantika Sehgal, I am
Yes,
Gupta,
sir.
and
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hiral Arora. Yes. You used, I mean, this is what the examiners do, no? They catch things from your answer only. You spoke of cyclotron, right?
Yes, sir.
Ion. And cyclotron is a particle accelerator, okay?
Yeah.
You can accelerate electrons, you can accelerate protons, or you can accelerate any charged particle in cyclotron. If you're accelerating electron or proton, where would you encounter more problems if you are accelerating them to very high energies?
If we are accelerating both protons and neutrons, where would we find more problems?
No, protons and electrons, because you can't accelerate neutrons in a cyclotron.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You can accelerate only charged particles, right? So where would you encounter problem while accelerating electrons or accelerating protons to high energy?
I think protons, sir, because they're heavier than electron. Because they're heavier in electron, and it's difficult to accelerate a heavier particle than a lighter particle. And basically we have this relation from Einstein's theory that E is equal to mc square. So more you generate it, so basically the more energy you're creating here. So the heavier the particle.
It's based on Einstein's theory, you said, right?
Yes, sir. I think. Yeah.
Is it?
That's my inference.
Okay, so the question comes from you only, you know. You said Einstein's theory. So Einstein's theory says that, well, the particle at rest and particle moving, right? Is there a change in mass of a particle when it moves?
Yes, sir. Definitely. The formula being, so rest m is equal to the rest mass by under root of 1 minus v square, which is our velocity, by c square.
Okay. So if you want to accelerate electron to high energy and you want to accelerate a proton to higher energy, you need to give more velocity to the electron as compared to proton. Am I right? If you want to accelerate electron to high energy and proton to high energy, because proton mass is more, you need to give it a higher velocity as compared to, no, you have to give higher velocity to electron as compared to that of proton. Am I right? If you want to give higher kinetic energy,
so it's inversely proportional to velocity. Yes. So, sorry, so you're asking energy? Energy? Energy,
yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
kinetic energy. It's only kinetic energy.
Yeah, kinetic energy, half mv square. Right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. And since the proton mass is more, you need smaller velocity for proton as compared to that of electron. Or more velocity. Which will be more? Will it be more velocity for proton to have higher energy or electron to have more velocity?
So I think, sorry, sir. I think we need to accelerate electrons to highest level, so to attain the same.
Right. So you're on the right track. Okay. So if you go to high velocity and if it is comparable to the speed of light, the mass defect comes, no? Mass effect comes, the mass starts increasing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So where the problem will
Absolutely.
be?
Yeah, I just gave you the relation. With that relation, sorry, please, sorry.
Yes, you're right. So you're now on the right track. The problem will come with the electron, will come with the proton, because of the Einstein theory.
So I said proton last time. So you're saying that it's wrong. It's electron.
So my next question goes to Hiral. Hiral, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Out of X-rays and gamma rays, which are more harmful to human beings?
It depends on how they're being used. I mean, if gamma rays are used directly in the procedure for gamma ray surgery, then I would say that gamma rays can be a bit more damaging because they have a higher chance of creating abnormal cells. Otherwise, that complication is also very not very likely to happen, but if it does happen, then that makes gamma rays more harmful.
Okay, thank you. You guys are wonderful. The last question of the session from Avantika.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Avantika, are you there? Avantika,
Yes,
there are 4 teams in the final race. Who would you rank as number 1 out of the 4 teams? That's a tough question for you. There is one which is Shiv, Nadar, Noida. There is one which is Vidya Gyan, Bulandshahr. There is one Vidya Gyan, Sitapur, and there is one Shiv, Nadar, Faridabad. Whom would you rate as first? That's the most difficult question of the session, I'm sure. No problem. Yeah, you keep your answer reserved. No, I'm not compelling you. Thank you so much. You guys are great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much,
very
sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. We're done with all the presentations. So I would now like to invite Ms. Shashi Banerjee and Mr. Matthew Avalich for some comments.
Okay, who's first?
Matthew, while I soak in everything, and there was everything from health to peace to environment, over to you.
Well, again, maybe I'm being a bit like a record player, but what I see here is the school of the future. When I see students become teachers, I think that cliche of when you actually have to teach someone, you have a deep understanding of the subject content. And that's evident in what's going on here. When I look at our 6 C's and I look at communication and collaboration being highlighted here, the effort that's going on in these presentations is incredible. And I think it's just a platform to build on. So our connected learning environment that we're building in the Shiv Nadar Foundation, it's growing really well. And to listen to the depth of understanding that these students of all ages are working together to translate for other students and to adults like us has been amazing. The things that I've learned and been engaged with makes me think about what these topics of sustainable energy is, and it's made me think about nuclear energy in a very different way. But what's important here is this is an example of relevance to our children, the example of what our world needs to think about if we're going to reshape it, and how education can play a part. So I'm really excited, and I think of all the technical difficulties that some of our students are going through to try and make all this work. And when you think of these students who are in those villages who have worked just on mobile phones, the passion they have to collaborate and to present and to be a voice. I just think we've got so many Gretas of the world sitting at our own doorstep that people want to be a voice. They want to be heard. They want to make a difference. And I see how excited they are and how our school and the system behind it is facilitating this. So again, I just want to pass my congratulations on to all the participants. Yes, Vanita, you've got your tribe around you and it's fantastic, but what a tribe. They're all around the world. They're experts. We've got our village with all our students, and we are coming together to shape not only a better education system, but what the world needs. So my congratulations to everyone. There's a lot I will use this as to fuel, and no pun intended, but to fuel how we shape the education system that we have and role model it for others to see. So thank you, everyone. It's been a great learning in many ways, not just for students, but for adults. Well done and congratulations again. Thank you.
Over to Sasi ma'am. Thank you, Matthew.
Just 2 words.
Yes.
Am I audible, Vinita and everyone? Just 2 words, deep gratitude. When I look at the time zones and all the great experts, whether it's Dr. Sani, Dr. Vega, there's so many other people around, and of course, Dr. Nitendra and the entire IYNS team, all the teachers, the students who've really carried it in their hands all through the month and these days. And I think the single most important mandate for all learners and teachers included is to empower, to learn, to bring in the focus on environment, on health, on peace through knowledge. So I think in that sense, I think it's beautiful. And somebody said some months ago, and right from when the climate change issues were discussed, school is dead. I would say school is dead, only to be reborn in its new avatar. And that is it. So my thanks goes out to everyone. Thank you so much. I can see Colonel Gopal, and I haven't heard him through the morning, and I know he's been in and out. And the inspiration that comes from somebody who built it from that one little atom, and there's an atomic energy which is very benign over there, I would hand over, Vinita, to you and through you to him. Thank you. Thank you, Vinita.
I just want to add, Shashi ma'am, that was the reason when 5 months back I came to you with this proposal. You said, you go and connect with Colonel Gopal. And that was my first interaction about EBC. Thank you, Shashi ma'am. Oh,
super. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vinita. Thank you.
Just want to take one more minute, maybe 30 seconds. I'm so excited. Dr. Patrick Das Gupta is here with us. I'm so excited about, because when I organized such event in my previous school, Patrick sir was with me as a panelist, and we were sitting on stage with Dr. Archana, Nitendra, Gulshan sir. So Patrick sir,
thank you, Vinita. Thank you very much.
And you are heartthrob of all.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are heartthrob of all university kids. I keep tracking all your events, and whenever I get stuck in my IB exploration, I reach to you. And this when I go to a very high level. So thanks for everything.
No, thank you actually, and thanks for the kind words.
Thanks. Over to you, Sachin. I can see.
Vinita, I'm only wondering, are these really students of grades 6 and 8 and 9 and 11? And who are they is what I'm trying to figure out. And I think, as Dr. Sani and Dr. Gulshan Sani very rightly said, that this is something which takes us all to a very different platform and a realm of learning. So over to you. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. They are basically, Vidyagan and all those schools, they all are small kids, 6, 7, 8. Because the 11, 12 were busy in their board exam or some. So I energize the small kids. And
I know. That's why it's even more, deeply satisfying, because that's where it lies.
Yes, ma'am. Anchor are different schools. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome Dr. Nerula from University of Geneva, who is there as one of the panelists. And I can see all panelists have joined. What a wonderful day. I don't want to waste time. Dr. Nitendra, please take the center stage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If I have to start, then if all the panelists are here, I don't know if all of them have joined. So first of all, it has been a great day since morning. I'm enjoying everything, and it's a wonderful experience so far. All the kids, they are doing so well. I think jury is gonna, having a tough time with all the kids. And I welcome all the panelists here who we have. Patrick sir, Dr. Narula, and I don't know if Dr. Nand Kumar has also joined so far. We have Mr. Raymond Fernandez as well. So meanwhile, I'll give a brief introduction about the panel we have. So the session now will be in this manner. So as we named it as Youth Parliament, which will have eminent expert who has a lot to share, and the other part will be shared by all the finalists who has a lot to learn. And all together we'll be discussing the topic of sustainability, mainly in terms of energy and environment. So I'll begin with some brief introduction of the expert panelists we have. We have Dr. Patrick Das Gupta, who is a wonderful, as Vinita ma'am has already mentioned, he is the heartthrob of all the university students, I must say. He is one of the great physicists in India we have. He is the professor at University of Delhi. He did his PhD in physics from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. And he is one of the great speakers who speaks a lot about the gravitational wave, and theoretical physics, quantum physics, one of the wonderful professor of quantum physics. So I welcome you, sir. It's my honor to see you after a long time.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Nitendra. Good to see you. Good to see you.
And before I move further, I want to add here only that all the people who are here, they all are expert in interacting with kids, because they all are at some point or other, or in some event or other, they are interacting a lot with all the young students, kids everywhere around. And fortunately, all of them are my teachers and my professors until now at various levels. They all have been my mentors, my teachers. So I would say I chose this panel mainly because of this reason, because here we have students as well as their professors, and likewise you have all the scientists and their professors. So the relationship is still the harmony, the relationship is still the part of this synergy. So yes, continuing with further with introductions, we have Dr. Kapil Nerula. He is one of the great researcher in the area of sustainability, energy security, as the subject. He is the senior researcher at Institute of Environmental Science in University of Geneva. He did his PhD in developmental studies, mainly focused on energy economics and sustainability and policy. He did a master's in electrical engineering from IIT Kharagpur, and he is one of the, as we say, marine man. He's ex-Navy person. So it's great to have you here, sir. He has already authored many books on energy and maritime issues, and has been editorial on various academic journals. So very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining so early from Geneva on Sunday morning, I must say.
Thank you so much, Nitendra.
Pleasure, sir. We have Mr. Raymond Fernandez here. I don't think I have the word to introduce him to you, because he is part of your family. But still, He's one of the great person I have interacted during this time. Just quick word which I know about him, very little. He has been, of course, your director of education at Shiv Nadar School, and he is very much skilled in the strategic planning, the education technology and curriculum development. And I can see with his energy and the interaction so far, he is a great person to actually deal with the education system here. So I welcome you, sir, on the panel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nitin, for these very, very kind words. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir. It's good to have you. I'm just waiting if Dr. Nandkumar has also joined. Samya, can you confirm if he has joined?
He's there. He's there. I can see him. Nitin.
Nitendra, I'm here.
Hi, Nandkumar. So, Dr. Nandkumar is one of the great guy who is working in the area of nuclear awareness and area of nuclear analysis for long, and we call him very, very frankly as Nandu. We all refer him as Nandu. He's so friendly and so interactive among all of us, and he is basically he did his a PhD in energy policy of China from University of Delhi, and he has been involved in many activities around the globe in various fellowships, and he has also done many professional trainings at the International Atomic Energy Agency, and there was the place where I happened to meet him for the first time. And he is also been very active in and managing one group which we call as Nuclear First, where a lot of nuclear experts and professionals across the globe come together and they interact. It's a very nice network. And he also happened to start one journal which is named, if I remember correctly, it's Nuclear Energies, coming from a JNU editorial board. So he is a very active person, very, very amazing man to discuss and interact with. So very warm welcome, Mr. Dr. Nandkumar on this panel.
Thank you, Nitendra. Pleasure to join you all.
Pleasure is all mine. So I'll directly begin with what we are here for. So mainly, as I mentioned, and for long now during the boot camp as well, and all the experts they all have already been discussing on several platforms so far. So today we are going to discuss mainly about the concern which we have regarding the development and the environmental issues we are dealing with. So for example, as we all know, if you want to have a sustainable development in a country like India, you need to have a constant supply of energy. And so far this energy is being supplied by the fossil fuels, and fossil fuels, as you know, directly contribute to carbon footprint. So then if you see the increasing carbon footprints means you are directly making the environmental health is in danger. So it comes to a situation where you need to choose whether you want to continue the sustainable development or you want to basically maintain the environmental health. So this is the question which we need to discuss, that is these two are the only scenarios which we could have. Do we really need to choose? Or if we could come up with more suitable solutions which could be more sustainable, more practical. And everything we want to discuss on this platform today is with a logic. It's not because if I am saying it is good, it's good, or if it's government saying it's good, it's good. We are here to understand today, if anything is good, then why it is good. If anything is bad, then why it is bad. If as one of the participants said, we need to take risk, then how much risk we could take to maintain this sort of arrangement. So this is all we will be discussing together. So all the panelists and the participants, they all are open for the discussion. I'll take this question beginning with one of the young member from the experts, Dr. Patrick Das Gupta, to begin with, and then the conversation follow. Patrick, sir, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitendra. First of all, I will be specific, keeping India in mind. We all know that the problem that our country is facing, and probably the problem might become serious in the future, is that of large population. And unlike many other countries, the land area of India is not very large. So we are the second most populous country, and at the same time, the population density is very high because the land area, as far as India is concerned, is not very large. And therefore, any planning concerning future has to bear this particular fact in mind. For example, if one goes for an ultra development scheme where you try to build industries in regions which have lot of plantation, lot of trees, then in the long run, that's not going to be very useful, because cutting down trees to build heavy industries in the long run is going to have a very negative impact. I mean, apart from displacing the inhabitants of that region, that aside, the kind of environmental problem that will usher in if you cut down trees to make way for heavy industries, it's going to create havoc. Therefore, if one wants to go for development in the sense of trying to find new energy resources, I feel that one ought to think about energy resources that are environment friendly, and also which would not encroach in the spaces of people who are native to the region. And it's a fact that there are many such alternate energy resources available. For example, using new technology like piezoelectric materials, one can harness wind energy. I mean, if you take Gurgaon, for example, there are these multi-storied buildings, and high up, the wind speed is very large. So if you sort of install your piezoelectric crystals in devices that could bend easily by wind, or the wind sort of creating a twist, and such strain could generate electricity, because piezoelectric crystals, if you subject them to strain, then they create a potential difference. And only question is how efficient would be such devices. But that's for future research to improve efficiency on this ways to harness energy from such piezoelectric material. So in other words, wind energy, similarly, the regions which are in the coastal surroundings, one could use the oceanic tides or the waves to harness energy. Of course, the traditional alternate source of energy is the solar energy, and a lot of research is going on regarding increasing the efficiency of solar panels. And that, of course, one should keep in mind, because certain regions in India, they get round the year, they are exposed to huge amount of solar radiation, particularly the regions which are in the Thar desert, near the Thar desert. So therefore, solar energy, wind energy, tidal energy, these are sort of alternate energy resources which should be explored further. And of course, your favorite area, namely the nuclear energy, that of course is there. But as many of the presentations some time back showed, that we don't have much uranium resources. Thorium deposits are there in India. So one could think of hybrid reactors which could use our thorium reserves to produce nuclear energy. At the same time, one should also pay attention to the safety issues which are associated with any nuclear reactor. So one should have many outreach programs to make the common mass aware of the safety issues concerning nuclear power sectors. And in particular, if there is an accident, what should the common people do? There should be regular drills, the way regular drills are undertaken for earthquake-prone regions, whether it is in Japan or California, etc. So similarly, if one goes for nuclear reactors as generating power, then one should have regular drills for people who are staying not very far from the nuclear reactors, so that people are aware that in case of emergency, what are the steps they must take. So I think I have spoken a lot. I would stop now and would like to hear other panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have nicely opened the panel for the discussion. Before I continue further, I'd like to request all the panelists, including the participants, here to switch on their videos. It will be nice to see who all are actually in discussion. If your internet allows, or if there is some issue, then it's perfectly fine. But this is just to see who all are basically having a discussion. So as you, sir, you have rightly mentioned, the uranium reserves in India are one of the concerns because of which we cannot just like that move further with the present nuclear technologies which we have. And that's why Dr. Bhabha planned, chalked out a very nice 3-stage program, which I always appreciate. Still, it got delayed due to some glitches here and there so far. But now I would like to apprise all of you here that the thorium technology is very well advanced in India, and India has already got the sanction for advanced heavy water reactor from the government, which will be using the thorium as the combinational fuel for in combination with the uranium for the power generation. So we are not very far from utilizing thorium for the commercial use. And another point which you mentioned about the safety drills and the emergency preparedness. So all these populations which are living near to the nuclear power plant, all these drills are regularly organized, and they are also being trained for the preventive measures taken during any radioactivity release. And they are also told about the iodine tablets and stuff during such scenarios. So all these things are taking place in near the vicinity. But I feel like the concern is because India is, as you have already mentioned, it's a very largely populated country. We need to take our awareness program at a much larger scale. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yes, you have mentioned there are many new sources which we need to consider and to take into account for this. And I think Dr. Narula may add to this part. He's one of the expert in energy security. Dr. Narula, if you could apprise with your vision, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nitendra. At the onset, I joined early morning in the event, and I was really, really impressed with the quality of the presentations of the students. Of course, it's a wonderful platform and an initiative, and the knowledge, confidence, and the communication skills of the students truly reminded me that they are much, much smarter than what we were at our age. And of course, thanks to Dr. Gulshan and Ms. Vinita and other experts, I think, who have played a key role in mentoring these students. With Dr. Gulshan's questions were really practical, hands-on, and they were really challenging. I really liked them. So having said that, I would only want to encourage all of you students, to explore, to ask yourself only 2 questions on any of the processes or the things you read in the books or is said by experts. The first question is ask why, okay? And the second question is ask why not. So if you ask these 2 questions, you will challenge the frontiers of knowledge. You will challenge your own limitations. You will always challenge what you read. And that's the exploratory power of knowledge. Coming to the specific topic of nuclear energy, and I spent about 21 years with the Indian Navy, working as an electrical engineer, and then did my PhD. And I'd like to point 2 advantages, of nuclear energy, which I see in practice. Sorry. The first one is, the way nuclear energy is employed in the Navy, and that is on nuclear submarines and in nuclear aircraft carriers. And one of the important elements is, of course, the defense and security of the country. But the way you might be knowing that INS Arihant, which is the first nuclear submarine of the Indian Navy, enabled the success or the third leg of the nuclear platform, which is called the third triad, of launching SSBNs or missiles from underwater without being noticed. And that launched India into the select group of countries which can design, operate, and successfully launch a nuclear missile from underwater. And thereafter, the second aspect is of aircraft carriers, which are again nuclear powered. India does not have one, but it is likely that we might get one. And you also have nuclear powered icebreaker carriers or ice-breaking ships, which are employed in the Arctic by Russia. Another innovative use of nuclear powered ships is what Russia is doing with nuclear floating power plants. And what they do is they base their ships along with port cities. And on that ship, the first one was deployed very late in December 2019. A 70 megawatt power reactor is there, and then that powers the need of the city. And that's another innovative application of the technology. I would also like to suggest that in the Arab region, Arab world, where you have plenty of oil and gas, you now see that they are also moving towards nuclear power generation. And the UAE commissioned its first nuclear power plant there in August 2020, a 1.54 gigawatt power plant. And so it definitely has its advantages. We learned about the medical processes which involve technology and so on. But I would again like to move on to one aspect, which is sustainability of nuclear technology. And I want you to make your own decisions. We know that energy is important, but we also know, we've also heard the definitions of sustainable development. How I would like to analyze sustainability is using three metrics. And if an energy or energy source or a technology is satisfies these three conditions or four conditions, then you may call it sustainable. So the first condition is that there should be no extraction of material from Earth. Okay, so that means that all fossil fuels are unsustainable. And all renewable energy is sustainable. So that's the first metric. Any kind of sustainable energy, there should be no extraction. But we know that apart from the sources, there is also extraction in terms of metals, in terms of water, and so on. So when you compare energy sources, you should keep that in mind. The second aspect is there should be no increase in concentration of waste products in the atmosphere. Okay, so that means any kind of energy which generates, for example, CO2, methane in the atmosphere should not be considered as sustainable energy. The third aspect is there should be no degradation of the environment. And in that, it includes, for example, deforestation, groundwater extraction. There should be no systematic degradation of environment. So in terms of the energy density, which is high for fossil fuels, nuclear energy scores well there. It has a high energy density. It can replace one-to-one fossil fuels. But there are certain impacts I would like you to consider on, for example, the way nuclear fuel is mined. So it implies that you have large extraction of minerals and from the Earth's crust. The second aspect is on increased concentration of substances, and that would imply how do you dispose your nuclear waste. And that's another area of concern with a large half-life. And the last aspect is degradation of the environment in terms of large-scale open pit mining or water drawals used for cooling, or when you actually use disposal of water, high temperature water back into reservoirs or rivers. And that's a problem with coal plants, oil plants, or nuclear power plants. So these are the three conditions which I would like you to dwell upon when you classify or when you say which source of energy is sustainable. I'll leave with just one last point before coming back, maybe if given a chance, that in terms of all energy sources, the way it is used, I would like you to dwell upon this issue that all energy sources have some drawbacks and all technologies have some drawbacks. But one technology which I'd like you to consider is energy efficiency. And that does not have that many drawbacks. And we can come back to it, but I'd like to say that it's the cheapest, fastest, and the most effective way to reduce the environmental impact of what you do. I'll leave it that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nirula. I must say you have very cynically addressed this issue with the same considerations we started with this boot camp. The question is why, and as I already telling all the students for a month now that you should ask question why we are doing so. You should not say, or you should not just say yes or choose because I am saying, or anyone coming, any expert coming from somewhere saying that this is good, you should choose that. So you have rightly mentioned we should logically question it, like if it is, then why it is, if it is not, then why it is not. So this is really important to consider, and you have rightly mentioned a few key points which need to be addressed. One thing I want to add here, like with the latest or the modern reactor designs, the many of these issues have been already improved You already know that, and all the technologists and engineers and scientists around are working towards it. So many have already been improved, and they are now being improved in much advanced way with all the new smaller modular designs and all the advanced nuclear reactors they are coming into the picture. So before I move ahead, we have question from Ayan, who is the finalist from Shiv Nadar School, Noida. Ayan, I would like you to please ask your question.
So it wasn't a query. Like I had a query, but it got resolved in the way. But so I would like to make an addition to what you were talking about. Well, talking about like there are drills near where people living near nuclear plants. They have drills about everything. So basically, like back in round two again, because that was a great experience and I got to learn a lot from it. So I asked people, are you comfortable with having a nuclear power plant in your vicinity? And most of us we don't. So all of them said no, strictly no. As a like it shouldn't be placed near low civilization. However, my uncle, he lives in DRC. So I asked him, "Are you feeling safe in having a nuclear power plant?" He says, "Yeah, everyone here is safe. We are all it's basically safe, and we are not comfortable here." And people they related with Chernobyl. However, what they don't realize is that over the course of how many 100 years, only 3 major accidents have happened in the field of nuclear power plants. However, they like thermal coal power plants, they having so many more, and people still fear nuclear power plants more than they fear any other. So I think it's a misconception. They're misinformed about this, but yeah, if we with the right awareness campaign, we can surely get people to have more nuclear power.
Thank you, Ayan. You have rightly strike at the right point, I would say. I would not say it's a misconception. I would say it is more of misinformation, as I feel. Because even while I went through all the videos you shot, I mean all the teams shot with the discussions and all the presentations you made. This was one of the thing I found. Like most of the information you were presenting, specifically regarding the 3 accidents which happened: the 3 Mile Island in 1979, Chernobyl in 1986, and recently Fukushima in 2011. The main concern is the misconception. One thing which I would like to highlight very broadly is the design of that reactor was different. It was not badly designed. It was different because the purpose of that reactor was different. First. Secondly, it was, of course, one of the reason was human error, but they were not trying to just do something. They were also trying to understand some phenomenology. They were doing some experiment to understand the relationship between secondary side and the primary side, the turbine and the reactor side. And yes, the operator overlooked it. So that is one. Thirdly, as I mentioned, the design was different, so the containment was not of that kind which we have in all the reactors, all new reactors we have already in function now. So these few points you need to understand very basically to before going to the conclusion. You should first start with what are the bases on which you are making your comparison. One more thing I want to highlight, when I was going through all this discussion, all the participants presented, they were all saying in Fukushima mainly, it happened because the reactor didn't work properly. I would say, and I would like to emphasize on it, the reactor, even though it was one of the old design, it was designed way back in 60s, it functions appropriately and precisely. As soon as a tsunami arrived or the earthquake arrived of that order, the earthquake basically initiated the shutdown sequence, and it scrammed down. Scram means it suddenly shut down the entire reactor. So entire reactor was shut down and was in safe position. So the functionality, if you see, or you should appreciate the technology which was designed long back, was still working. And this is the beauty of which I appreciate about nuclear technology, that they plan and they design all these things for at least 80 years of their operating life cycle of a nuclear reactor. So this was not the issue. The issue was the calamity which is already expected, that rose to much higher level. The level of tsunami with which this was designed, the height of the wave was much higher, and which led to the coupled issues altogether, which led to this thing. So we need to understand this thing. Yes, so this perception need to be changed. The proper information should reach to the people, and this is one of the reason when Dr. Sani was asking if you feel safe living near to the reactor or near to the parliament. I actually live very near to the parliament in Delhi. So I would suggest I would feel much more comfortable living near to the power plant, or even in the vicinity of a power plant. So it depends. Like if you have the information, as Dr. Kapil and has rightly mentioned, the information is very much important to understand all these issues. And I think here I'd like to first ask Dr. Nandkumar what he says about this issue, like the people perception, because he's been working a lot in the area of energy analysis for long now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitendra. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thanks a lot for this invite. It's a great pleasure to be in this panel. And I've listened to this fascinating presentations by all the students. I should openly say that I was really surprised to see the kind of the wealth of knowledge they have and the confidence in communicating all this. So I would appreciate the students as well as their mentors and teachers who have prepared them to do this grand show. Now, I'm okay, as Nitendra introduced me, I'm Nandakumar. I have been working on energy policy for some time. I'm not a nuclear scientist, I'm a political scientist. So my knowledge on nuclear technology is definitely limited. But coming to this point which Nitendra mentioned about public perception, I think this has been one of the most critical elements that has sort of put a strategic impediment in the growth of nuclear in India. If you see today's world, India has a reasonably good level of finances to support any sort of nuclear industry development. We have know-how. We have a remarkable level of knowledge pool in the country. But what we have seen is that there is more security, more opposition to nuclear sector in India is coming from within the country than outside. This has been one of the major elements, and probably these problems have been arising because of the democratic setup we have. We have seen how the nuclear energy, the protest against 98 Pokhran incident has turned out against the entire nuclear sector. And we have also seen how this 123 agreement was signed by the government of India, and how the protest actually sort of evolved against the government. So I believe India, in that way, that the political environment in India has been taking advantage of this nuclear allergy existing in different parts of the world, and they have been actually trying to reflect to the maximum extent possible in India. I think this has to be changed. To change this, I know it is not an easy task to change it, but probably one of the best ways to change it is to send or develop a proper channel to educate the youth. And in that way, what you have been doing is a great effort in educating the youth. And I'm extremely happy to see that they have been able to share very informative and valuable information. Now, coming to India's case, we should, irrespective of all these political differences we have with any sort of administration, certain things we have to understand. Today, we have been facing the a serious impact of COVID-19, and COVID-19 has also brought two-fold challenge to India. Basically, India's energy sector. The first one is that we have been having a massive plan to develop renewable energy sector. We have a huge task of achieving 175 gigawatt of installed capacity of renewable by 2022. It's not a small task. I mean, the number looks very small, 175, but it is very huge task to achieve that target. So by 2022, India is planning to achieve 175 gigawatt renewable electricity, and then this target is going to grow to 430 or 450 gigawatt by 2030. These targets have been closely related to our climate commitments as part of our nationally determined commitments. So now the thing is that for development of renewable energy, where do we get all necessary equipment and machinery from? Where do we get the material from? It's surprising and shocking to know that 85% of our solar equipment and machinery have been coming from other countries, for example, I mean, mainly China. And so during the pandemic, what we have seen is that this supply line from abroad has been significantly cut. So the renewable energy sector has been facing the biggest challenge of finding alternative supply routes. This is one area which we have been facing, one major challenge we are facing on the energy sector. The problem which the renewable energy sector is facing in terms of the supply challenge of machinery and equipment. The second biggest challenge before us is close relation with the climate targets. In the immediate following months of COVID-19 pandemic, we could actually see that, I mean, when it started, we could see that the emission level or pollution level has come down. Air pollution has come down. We could actually see people have been talking about how wonderful is it to have no emission, no pollution. And we could also see in the newspapers how animals have been roaming around in the streets and different places. A world where humans are actually incarcerated while animals are happily roaming around. So, I mean, we could actually see all this, and one of the biggest scientifically proven analysis about emissions were showing that in the months of March and April, the emission level has come down drastically. And if we could maintain that level, that could help human beings achieve the planned emission reduction targets of 2030. There is a very wonderful paper extremely informative paper published in the Nature magazine by Le Corin. She's a French, but she's associated with the Tyndall Climate Institute in UK. So there have been a number of very good studies have been coming out, and they have all mentioned that if we could maintain this emission reduction level, we could easily achieve our global emission reduction targets and address climate change. But the problem is that after the initial few months are over, what we see now in Delhi and in other places, I'm talking about air pollution specifically, air pollution level has significantly gone up. And also there is, I'm sure there would be emission level also must be increasing significantly because of the increasing demand of electricity, increasing vehicle movement and all. There could be a high level of emission happening now. Now, these because of one side we have found that our renewable energy sector is sort of facing a major problem because of supply challenges, and the second side we could actually see that our emissions are growing very high. That means we are unable to manage with the fossil fuel consumption. Now, this is an important context for nuclear. We need to really think about how important and how timely is to seriously plan about expansion of nuclear technology. But the problem which you have mentioned, the public perception and anti-nuclear sentiments, it's a real reality. We can't ignore about it. How do we go about it? I mean, this is one of the most critical challenges to any policymaker. I feel there could be risks associated with the nuclear sector in terms of, it's most interesting to find is that anybody who talks about the risks to nuclear technology, when you start asking them, it is so easy actually to address their doubts in 10 minutes time. You can explain one by one, and then finally they reach the place where that, okay, finally, I don't agree with how the waste is managed. So if waste is a main issue, then definitely that is an important policy area that scientists and technology experts and government needs to work on. But I would suggest that there is a great need for expanding the small and modular reactors, because these are efficient technologies, these are proven technologies, and these are sort of manageable facilities. So I believe there will be a huge demand for small and medium reactors in this in India or in any other country in the coming years. Small and medium reactors compared to the big 1000 megawatt reactors, small and medium are something like 50 to 300 megawatt installed capacity, I believe. So there will be a huge demand for small and medium reactor. And I listened to one of the presentations earlier, which was talking about hydrogen, development of production of hydrogen. Small and medium reactor will be one of the most efficient technology that can support hydrogen production. Number two is that small and medium reactor can also support smart cities. India has been planning 100 smart cities. I'm not tracking the progress of that, but there have been 100 smart cities have been planned by the government. And these small smart cities cannot afford to have a huge reactor in its premises, probably because of the population density and all. There could be limitations, but there is definite scope for small and modular reactors for this. So I believe, okay, one of the last points I wanted to make here before I stop is that it's important for all of us to understand nuclear technology is not something that was unearthed yesterday. It has evolved over centuries of knowledge. It has actually evolved by input of millions of hours of human knowledge and technical expertise. It's not a technology that you can immediately refuse to accept. And the applications of nuclear technology is extremely wide. It is not about power sector. It is not about military usage. These are probably one of the two minor usages. You can see that nuclear is exceptionally important in agriculture, in medical field, and in many other areas which as general public, many of us do not know. So by refusing to accept the value of nuclear, many are committing the grave mistake of its contribution. It's committing the grave mistake of not accepting its contributions in various other fields. So I believe this initiative Nitendra and other colleagues have been doing is great. And definitely, I believe you should also encourage students to look at multiple aspects of nuclear and its application. And I'm sure, I'm extremely happy to see that such a well-read and well-informed young community on nuclear is coming up. Thank you so much, Nirendra, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Nankumar. It is so nice you have rightly mentioned and highlighted few key points. There are questions coming from Arnav and Shambhavi, and I'm also kept waiting Mr. Fernandez here as well. So before I'll continue. Yes, Vinita ma'am is also in the queue for asking questions.
I just got message from Sunana, General Manager IYNS, that students are requested not to write question in chat, but to interact with the scientists. Also, she has suggested that since there is a point, you will get points on this. You are 4 finalists. So at least one question from one team should be addressed because everybody need to be given chance.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nitendra. Please carry forward.
Oh, this is already as I am mentioning, like this panel is not only from the experts. The experts are only a small part. There are 12 participants and only 4 experts here. So the larger part is still the students, and I'll take all the questions from whatever they have to ask. Just before I move further, I want to highlight the point which is mentioned by Dr. Nankumar and Dr. Narula as well. The perception of the waste, and yes, even yesterday I tried to highlight it, like especially in India, the concern of nuclear waste is not that much. The reason is yes, because we follow the closed fuel cycle. We reprocess our fuel and reutilize it in our reactors, and we also use different kind of reactors so that whatever the high level waste is there, it can also be reused in other type of reactor and can be brought down for a lower activity levels and lower half-life levels. So this is one of the aspect which people should appreciate, that we are already working on it, and the industry is already quite focused on it. And the second point which you have rightly mentioned, and this we should all together should ask our government to rightly channelize our government to look into it, that this is the right time we need to it. And yes, this because of this published perception, our Jaitapur plant, which is supposed to start like maybe 14 years back, and still it's not on the map. So delays of such kind, maybe it doesn't affect in short time, but in terms of climate change, if you see in long run, they affect a lot. And SMRs are quite good solutions. We need to look into it, and they also are more safer advanced plants. So all the safety concerns which people have in mind for the moment, they also can be removed and very well addressed. So I'll take a question from Arnav first. Arnav, you there?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Sir, I wanted to ask, I have 2 questions. First, what if we combine nuclear, solar, and wind energy? Can we supply the electricity to the villages who do not have the electricity, which do not have?
This is an amazing question, and I think Dr. Nandkumar, you should take it. The concept of hybrid nuclear plant, which we are coming up with.
First of all, I'm amazed by this quality of questions coming from students, and I feel that I'm not fully qualified to answer this, because this is a question that requires really a lot of technical answer. But I think it's the point Arnav mentioned is really important, that a combined nuclear and renewable facilities would definitely be important, because one of the major issues with the renewables is its intermittency. Intermittency is in terms of inability to not continually support or continually produce electricity. That is because the availability of sunlight is not there always. Same goes with wind. So renewable has this critical limitation. But at the same time, nuclear can work as a base load. Base load is one thing, actually one source of electricity, one source of facility which can supply electricity all the time. So a combined facilities like this, probably with a small and medium reactor, would ideally be one of the best solutions, not just for villages. I should say that it is even for smart cities and other facilities, as I mentioned earlier. So I think this is one of the best options governments have been considering in different places, and I'm sure people have been working on this solutions and all. And it is also important to understand that we need to reduce the coal power consumption. So in order to reduce coal power consumption, these alternative examples or alternative options need to be worked out. Thank you so much, Arna, for this wonderful question. I am happy to hear that.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have another question.
Mhm.
Like before you were talking about misconceptions of people, I had interviewed a guy that I had interviewed a person that would you be okay if a nuclear power plant is near your house? And he said yes, it would give a level of living, it would give people jobs. So I wanted to ask that does it take some special education or some training, or can anyone like do these kind of work?
Okay. Nitendra, can I take this quickly and give it back to you? Okay. Thank you, Arnav. I just want to share one small incident. When I was part of the International Atomic Energy Agency's training programs for a few years, I had opportunities to visit nuclear facilities in Europe. And I believe Nitendra also must have visited that. I have visited the nuclear reactor in Slovenia. It's called Krško, and around Krško nuclear reactor, Krško provides electricity to Slovenia and Croatia, and it actually has been you can actually see people living around in the vicinity. I mean, not that close, but there is a legal limit, and around that people are staying. We had opportunities to talk to people, and what people have been saying is that we are aware of its dangers and the good things it can offer us. So it is all about how well the government and the establishment has provided adequate education to people living around. So they are fine with living around the nuclear reactor. But in certain other countries where everything is a reason for public debate, or not public debate, political debate, there can be an occasion where facts are sort of twisted. Media plays in the hands of political parties, and then they influence perceptions and all those. So I don't want to drag you to the current day politics in this, but there is an importance about educating the people around nuclear facilities. And I'm sure if you clearly educate, people will definitely be able to accept living next to the nuclear reactor than living next to the parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nandakumar. I'll add to this point. You have rightly mentioned, and we would we have visited the same facility. I have been there twice after that. Even like most of the people say this thing, which I would like to bring it here. Like in foreign nationals, everything is okay, but it is very difficult in our country. People are not very well educated and stuff. I don't think we should underestimate ourselves. Firstly, first point is India is having one of the best nuclear technologies. We should appreciate it. We are one of the most advanced nation in terms of nuclear technologies. Secondly, if I want to give a right example of the butterfly garden we have near to Tarapur. You know, it is one of the favorite place of people who are living in the vicinity, and if you interact with those people, they feel quite comfortable, and they enjoy who all are living near to the Tarapur facility. And even the Narora power plant, which is near to Bulandshahr, near Hapur and Bulandshahr, Narora power plant. If you see, there is a very beautiful ghat right over there, and people live over there. There's a big colony right near to that plant, and people are quite comfortable. So it depends, like as I was mentioning before, this is the misinformation which we are not able to rightly propagate in that direction. And quickly want to answer your query that yes, anyone can work in nuclear industry, and of course right training is always needed. Even if you want to do any kind of job, you need to take your right training for that, and you can work in that industry. So, before moving to the question Shambhavi want to ask, I would like to request Mr. Fernandez to because I am keeping him quiet for a long time, and I could see the eagerness on his face to contribute. Please, sir, go ahead.
You can generally not keep a teacher quiet, but nevertheless, I was just soaking in all the ambience and this great information that is coming our way. And I don't have a speech; I have just questions to ask, and there are so many of them. The panel comprises esteemed gentlemen who have been there and seen everything in terms of nuclear energy and security, and therefore my approach or questions that I may have would be more affective rather than cognitive. So pardon me for that. But having said that, I somehow have always wondered, and thanks to the Energy Bootcamp, have been doing extensive reading about energy after a very long time. As students, we learn it in some textbook, and it's a small paragraph and it's all forgotten. But now it is all coming back. And it is, to a certain extent, a bit about Sophie's choice, right? In that manner. And I would like to just move into just one small aspect of it in terms of the political will. In terms of economic stability versus clean energy, and the perennial debate of how do we make that choice. In a country like India, we know both are equally important, as Mr. Dasgupta has shared. The population density is extremely high, and therefore it's imperative that we look at clean energy. And it's imperative that we also may ensure that it balances out with our economic development. The affordability becomes a huge factor. And Dr. Nirula, I have been reading a bit of your work thanks to Dr. Nitendra, and I've been extremely impressed to figure out how we can possibly look at sustainable and secure energy sources. But the question is, how do we take these decisions? They are pain points, right? As scientists, we are guided by the truth, and then you have, at the other hand, a segment of people who need to take decisions to balance a lot of things out. It gets very difficult and very confusing. And yes, through all this, a lot of very important aspects came out. I've been on this since morning, like most of you. I've been thoroughly impressed with how students have come out with their research. There was one student who said, "You must take chances." And in doing so, what are we therefore putting on the back burner? This is very important, because the decisions that we take right now will come to haunt us maybe later. And those are questions that we really keep. I keep asking myself this, and I'm assuming some of you would have those answers. What do we look at? But the brilliant thing that actually came out is this perception that we have about everything, and the opinion that we have about everything, and all those things can be addressed through education. And educating the students, starting exactly like how we're doing, I think is one great step moving in that direction. I have been a convert, sir, if I may share with you very openly, from being worried about nuclear energy and looking at it as being weaponized, more important than the positives of it, to understanding the great effects that it can have. And I've been teaching chemistry for a bit. Right? So it's been quite an incredible 1 month to understand how you must perceive things very, very differently, and how you must open yourself to dialogue and debate. Of course, I may not have solutions to offer, and I leave it to the experts, but I would like to end with a question. What would you choose now over something else, so that our life becomes much better, and that we leave a planet to our younger generation that is breathable? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I'll pass on this question directly to Dr. Nerula, but before going there, I would like to add one comment here. You have rightly mentioned, like, as a scientist, we can decide anything, and there's one thing which Ambassador Kiran Doshi said on our talk show last month. He was the ambassador to Vienna, and also the person to IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, and he mentioned very rightly that India's nuclear program, or rather India's energy program, was mainly took by the scientist. It was not driven by the technologist or the industrialist or the politicians. It was basically driven by the scientists, both the military program as well as the civil program. These people also should understand that their nuclear has both the aspects. It can be used for military purpose, it can be used for the civil purpose. And when we tell about people, we tell that you should appreciate what is more for you in terms of civil nuclear applications. As Dr. Nand Kumar was mentioning, apart from the energy production or the agriculture or medical purpose, it also helps in desalination, which is one of the major concerns. The desalination of seawater, drinking water is a major concern in our country, and many other, plenty. So that all these aspects should be considered while making decisions. So Dr. Nerula, what you'll say, how and why, how we should rightly choose?
Yeah, that's a hard question, which all of us are trying to answer. But what I would like to suggest and take off from where I left last is that energy efficiency is the key. Okay. At the moment, if you invest in energy efficiency, then there is no regrets. It's a no regret kind of a policy. At the moment, for the students, for the benefit of the students, the way we are using, for example, electricity or light, if we start from the source to the actual use of lighting, which is actually light for reading, the losses in the whole chain is 99%. So if we start with 100 units of primary energy, we get only 1 unit of light for reading. And therefore, energy efficiency, both on the supply side, on the demand side, and in the entire transmission chain, I think that is a policy which every country should adopt. There are no regrets on that. The second point, which to wind up summarize my thoughts as well as the last input to the students, is that the power of circular economy. And if you imagine and consider in terms of sustainability, nature has zero waste. There is nothing in nature which is wasted. Okay. The waste of a byproduct of one process or one species is used by another species. And that's what we should try and make our industrial processes or the way of our living. What I would like you to motivate you is that in your daily living, you should try and use less. You should try and be much, much more efficient. You should try and have zero waste or no waste at all in your daily living. And for that, I'll encourage you or motivate you to take firm positive actions and steps. And consider what are you doing personally to ensure that your lifestyle is a zero waste lifestyle. Just look at whatever you are using in terms of energy or electricity for your transportation needs, for your cooling needs, for your eating habits.
and the waste which you're producing? Are you contributing to a net zero emission society? Are you contributing to a net waste society? And when you attain that zero level of, and then you have to move one step further. You have to go to a net positive energy and net positive emissions. So what are you doing? Can you plant a tree to have positive emissions? Can you have some technologies which produces more than what you use? And your effort, each and every effort of an individual matters. So make your lifestyle sustainable. And lastly, I would like to close by saying that, you are the future of the country. You have to make it great. It is how you collectively think, how you shape the future. That is what matters. Nothing else matters. All the limitations, all disadvantages are there where they are, but you have to overcome that. And I'm 100% confident that you are extremely talented, and what I've seen, much brighter than all of us together. And go ahead, shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nirula. You have rightly mentioned, and it is really important to appreciate like each effort matter. Now, at least now this is the emergency, I say, in the world we are living in. So each and every contribution matters. And I would like to take this opportunity to highlight that IYNS has year-long plantation drive where we encourage people to at least plant one tree, take care of it, and just to encourage you, you take picture of it and send it to IYNS platform. We share it. We encourage other people as well. We also donate plants. So go to our social media and website and see from where you can adopt a plant. You get the free sapling and just plant it. Let's enjoy this. Let's have fun with this activity. So I'll continue with one question. Shambhavi is waiting for long now. Shambhavi, you can ask your question, please. She is from Vidyagyan, Sitapur.
Okay, so thank you. So I have two things to say. First one is question, and like second one is more of a suggestion and taking your opinion too. So first question is like, what is your opinion about how far can more energy production and sustainability can go together? Like as Kapil Narula sir rightly said that according to his parameters, no emissions, no extractions, and no degradation. So like depending much on renewable energy sources, and seeing the scenario that we are still lacking in providing the energy to very remote areas, what is the scenario that we can face in the future? So I want to know your opinion.
Yeah, so we definitely have a lack of energy, but more of it is because of inequity rather than lack of supply. And that I would like you to consider, the way the globe is using resources, we already need 1.5 times the resources of the earth to fulfill our needs. So it's not a question of need. We have enough for supplying needs. It's a question more of greed. And that's why equality in energy supply matters. And there are new technologies, for example, decentralized technologies, which generate energy at source and then can be used in remote villages. But as I said, we also need to focus on reducing our consumption. And energy efficiency is one key way in which we can reduce our consumption. Very summarizing in terms of energy supply, increasing energy supply is not the solution. Decreasing demand is the solution.
Okay, so I got the correct point. And the second thing is more of a suggestion, like what I think that the people who are already living in the vicinity of nuclear plants, can we include them personally in our awareness program like of IYNS, and make them an important part of our program to tell the people like they are already living there. And so I think that it would decrease the misconceptions. It would help a lot. What do you think?
Thank you so much. I'll take this question directly
Okay.
with respect to IYNS. So there is a bigger organization we call Indian Nuclear Society, which is the official body of Department of Atomic Energy. and they do all these sort of awareness activity directly in all the surroundings of nuclear facilities, all nuclear facilities I'm talking about. So they already do this, and a lot many members and the contributors at IYNS, they are also from all these regions who are living near to many power plants. So yes, we are already in right connection, and I would like to take your advice very nicely, and I'll try to bring all these people in. And
Yes,
friend,
sir. Like general public, more of general public. Like you can like you can understand what point I'm making here. Like if any researcher is conveying any message, despite he's living there, and if any journal like public is saying something, so whose point would be considered more? Like I'm saying from my
this is the right point. I know we are overshooting the time, but I don't want to kill the conversation, which is very important here. 6 years back, when I went with the proposal of IYNS in front of many high level DAE people, so they were also saying the same question, like we are the nuclear scientists, we should do something scientific. And I was there with such stupid ideas. Okay, I want to do some rally and stuff, and they're like, and at that time I was student only, so they were also mentioning the same question, and I pointed out the same right thing. Like if a scientist say that this is true, then people will say, okay, you are the scientist, you will say this is good. If I say that nuclear energy is good, even if I'm saying logically, then you will say you are a nuclear scientist, you will say it's good. My idea is to actually work in this manner, and I want to highlight here, we have we have one of the person who has no background in nuclear, and he is working with us at IYNS. His name is Avikalp Jha, and soon you'll be seeing us hosting our talk show. So he is also the example who will be promoting nuclear energy. Why? Not because I have asked him to do so, because he understood the logic behind it. He understood why it is necessary, and then logically he decided, okay, this is important and I should take it forward. This is one example. Second example I want to highlight, there is a YouTuber or a influencer on Instagram. She's very famous, and I think she's Indian. I don't remember she's Indian or not, but she's a very famous influencer on social media. So recently she got to know about this nuclear technology, and she found it's very interesting. It's very nice thing, and I should promote it. And now she is promoting nuclear energy, nuclear technology. She has no background about it. Now she's learning a lot about it. So yes, I rightly understood, and that's why I need to people like you who should understand it. You should take this step forward, and you should tell the people why you feel it is good and why you feel it is bad. For all the technologies around you, or all the system around you, you should question, and you should take it forward. We will definitely try to make it possible. One quick question I'd like to take here from Hiral, and then we'll move forward to Patrick sir. He's one of the teacher I am keeping him quiet, as Dr. Fernandez said. So I won't delay it further. Just quick question from Hiral, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I wanted to ask, it's on this topic only. As we know, nuclear fusion is a more environmental friendly and a cleaner and safer than nuclear fission. So how and when do you think it can become a reality?
This is one of the question if you ask any fusion scientist, and this has been a joke in the nuclear community, that if you ask any fusion scientist how far is fusion, he is always say fusion is 50 years, like a fusion is 50 years down the line. This answer was same 50 years back, and I think this answer is still same today. I'll give you a few quick timelines, so to say. So the ITER, which is one of the experimental fusion reactor, where we are going to test the commercial viability of a fusion reactor technology, which is under construction here in France. The construction is almost 75% is completed. If you have watched the videos yesterday or the tour, the first fusion, first plasma they are planning is in 2025, and the first fusion plasma they are planning is in 2045. The real fusion plasma they are planning with all the integral test and everything. So I won't say it's 50 years down the line. I would say the timeline has reduced now, just 25 more years. So maybe by the time you will grow up, you will be working at ether facility. And yes, you reminded one more important thing, and I'd like to take all the responsible people here, like Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Colonel Gopal, who are here to please note this. Ether France has this this scheme or the fellowship where they are investing into the students of this young age and right at this age, so that they can be prepared after 10 years or 15 years, so that they'll be ready to work in the fusion technology. So we would be happy to help you in connecting with that program. So because at this stage, this is the machine which is under construction. There's nothing more than the concrete and the civil engineering going on mainly at the construction site. But after some time, there will be the operation and the research will be thoroughly pursued. So they have started, by foreseeing the requirement, they have started this fellowship. So we'll apprise you about this in detail, obviously. So yes, Hiral, you have rightly mentioned fusion is more green source compared to fission, mainly because of the two aspects. One, no high level radioactive waste, and secondly, the effect of radiation. There's hardly any radiations coming out of the fusion reactor plant. And I want to add here, like nuclear fission technology and nuclear fusion, they are not two different technologies. Okay, they are coming. They are, I would say, the path of advancement of one common technology, which is the nuclear technology. So yes, fission is already very well matured now. Almost 70 years we have been working. It has been giving us electricity and other applications so far. But fusion is still in the primitive stage of research. Once we will get the command on it, we will be able to commercially bring it, for at the commercial level. So I think this conversation can continue endlessly. I would like. Yes, ma'am.
Students, there are many questions. We promise you we'll connect once in a month with IYNS team. That is my promise, and Dr. Nitendra promised to you. We'll sit one evening once in a month, and Dr. Nitendra, and IYNS, maybe sometime Patrick sir, Wilson sir, Dr. Nerula. I know you guys are sitting at different parts of country and with a very limited resources. So seeing the time limit, may I request Dr. Nitendra to
yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm concluding that session only with the request to Dr. Patrick Das Gupta to conclude the session. But just one point I want to add, which you have already highlighted now. Not only for a couple of hours, we will give you the entire day. We will sit together all the day with all the possible expert. You come up with your question, come up with your issues, we'll discuss, and we'll have all sort of discussion to that. I'd like to request Patrick sir to please summarize and conclude this session. Your words will be blessings to finalize this session. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Nitendra. So it was really very exciting for me to listen from all the experts about the future of nuclear energy as powering the entire country in the future, and also some of the safety aspects that you have covered. Yes, possibly if one could have safe nuclear reactors located in different parts of the country, as Dr. Jagannathan mentioned, that Nandakumar Jagannathan mentioned, that you could have it in smart cities, then the electricity that is generated from the nuclear power reactors, they could also be transmitted even to the rural regions. And transmission of electricity, it does lead to wastage, but I'm sure the scientists and technologists are working how to minimize the transmission losses. So even if you have nuclear power stations in smart cities, if they are producing surplus amount of energy, that can be used to create surplus electricity and be transmitted to the rural region. And one of the best things about research in science and technology is that the research produces the solutions to various problems. So if today we have a problem regarding certain safety aspects dealing with nuclear energy generation, then the technology research and the science research will produce the necessary solution. After all, you could think of proper shields that could be sort of stationed all around nuclear power station to minimize radiation damage. So by very nature of research, for every problem a particular research creates, there would be a solution that comes out of the research work itself. Similarly, the transmission of energy that is produced by nuclear reactors, not only it could be transmitted by heavy cables, the traditional way of transmitting the electrical energy, but in the future, there would be supercapacitors. As you know, a lot of research is going on in storing electricity in capacitors that are capable of holding on to high potential difference without much of leakage. And huge amount of research is going on in this field. So once supercapacitors is in the market, which can store a huge deal of potential difference, then the supercapacitors could be transmitted, or rather, the supercapacitors can be physically taken to different regions after being charged by electricity from the nuclear power station, and they could be physically taken to different regions, so that regions which are far from the nuclear power stations, they could also use the electricity from the supercapacitor that has been charged at the nuclear power stations. So future is going to be exciting. And as the question from Hiral and the answer from Nitendra, the ITER project, where very efficient tokamaks are being built, and if 2045 is the timeline when nuclear fusion reactors are going to be reality, then certainly the future is going to be very exciting. And what is probably more exciting is that you all young people, talented students who are already thinking about it, and you're certainly poised to take off from all the facilities that are going to come up from the researchers in science and technology concerning both fission power as well as fusion power. I will stop here. I will just say great hats off to all the expert panelists and Nitendra and Vinita, who have been at the forefront of organizing this, and all the best to the our young scientists, namely the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So the day is not yet over, but the session is over. The jury will take its own time to come up with the result for the final winner. I think I'll pass on to Vinita ma'am for further program. Thank you so much. Thank you very much all the panelists for joining with us, and thank you students for being so inquisitive and interactive during the session. And I apologize for not being able to take all your questions, but they'll be answered. Just shoot it to me.
Thank you, Nitendra, for all your time. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, sir.
I would
Vinita
like to add one thing here. Dr. Nitendra, you have promised me visit of my kids to Bark and Bhava. Obviously, we'll go when the situation improves, because I want to bring the culture what my students have been doing workshops in CERN, the same with your help. And I also, both of us will keep track of ITER, France thing, which Raymond sir liked the most, so he just messes me. So I'm your, at school front, I'm working here, and both of us will, with help of Raymond sir, will take it SNS, Vidyagan, SNS schools and Vidyagan to next level. Thank you. Also, Shashi ma'am, before the panelists go, it will be very nice that you address for some time, and obviously result will be out after some time. Shashi ma'am, the panelists from different part of world, so they must be awake. I don't know what time for us it is. They must be awake since 4 o'clock. So Shashi ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Vinita. I'm very much there. The moment Dr. Narula was sharing about energy efficiency, the only thing I went around and did was switch off some of the lights that were on. And I realized I didn't need them, but now I see that I'm in a little bit of a dark halo around me, but that's all right, as long as you know how deep and what a distance some of these words, these inspiring thoughts can travel for a student as well as for those who are looking after students is amazing, Dr. Nitendra. And so many myths and so many simple solutions just kind of, come home to every listener, every participant through. These are like anushtans, like yagyas. These are like really coming together to the real purpose of human existence. And if an energy, and I'm a deep practitioner and believer of the Tao of physics also, because I'm into the field of dance and music. And so I think the magnetic fields and all that we study through our movements and energy is the source of everything. And so we had this amazing experience through Dr. Archana Sharma, and we were talking about the Big Bang Theory, and we were looking at the Higgs boson and all of that. That was last year's immersion, and today we are here with you with IYNS and with such wonderful people. And Dr. Das Gupta was there even last time in person, inspiring students with his interest in what they were doing, and listening to Dr. Gulshan Sani today on the questions that he was posing to the presenters. And while some of them could have been very deeply rooted in science, but they did make so much sense. And I'm happy that the students were making an effort to go deep down into their own understanding to answer some of those. And of course, the question which really became a center point for all of us was, I completely agree with you. Staying near the Parliament House is jeopardizing your safety. I mean, sorry, with no malice intended to any of the political climate anywhere, anytime in the world. But as you rightly said and explained yesterday, that the thermal power plant, the nuclear power plant, and I was reading in detail because of this about the thermal power plants, and I had so many questions, because that becomes the huge source, and how much coal and how much of that energy is used over there. So I just want to say that it is about dhyana akarshan, which which means how are you going to shift the focus of a child's or a learner's inquiry to things that matter more than things that are just limited to a very, if I may use the word, a very theoretical understanding of the world, which they feel is not useful for them ever. I think this month, right from October to now, and you need a crazy teacher like Vinita to be, kind of visualizing and to make the whole universe conspire literally by bringing everyone together in such great minds. You took out time, all different zones, time zones. So I think everything is possible is what is the message coming in here. And the power that an inquirer has into the why and the why not, which is really amazing. And I think for us, it's a journey. We've just embarked upon it. And our learners will lead us to that future, whether it's 25 years ahead, 50 years ahead, because what you build is lasting enough for humanity and not just for your immediate consumption. And I think towards that journey, I just can thank you all and the whole journey. Since Vinita asked me to share, I can only share with you my deepest emotions on behalf of all the colleagues around and on behalf of the people who make this possible. I would like to thank you and keep the monthly, weekly conversations and keep touching the students so that they know they can because they know they can. And that's all. Thank you so much, Vinita. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sasima. I would just like to add here, there is a 5 minutes dance performance because juries are taking time to decide. It's okay. That will give a nice break. And Raymond sir will announce the winner result. And then the jury member will do the analysis. So Raymond sir will forward the one winner name to you in a short while. So over to you, Sachit. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for the session. The discussion inspires the young generation to review all their actions in respect to sustainability and adopt ways that not only yield good results in the present, but also continue to do so.
Now it's time for a dance performance, which has been prepared by our arts team. And it features our student artists, and they are going to be performing on the same tarana on which our teachers had performed. So yeah, just sit back and enjoy.
jena kidtak tata jena dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dina kidtak tata jena kidtak tata jena dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dinak ta di dada dina dada dina dada di dada dada dina dha dha gadigina day dha gadigina day dha gadigina day day dha gadigina 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 day That was a scintillating performance. A big thanks to the arts team for putting it together. Now it's time for the much awaited moment. It's time for the big revelation, that is the results. So I would like to invite.
We are waiting for results. So another 1 or 2 minutes. The moment Sunaina forwarded to me, I'll forward to Raymond sir for announcement. So in the meantime, if somebody wants to speak, some teacher from SNS, I don't know, Mala is there or somebody, please. So result is awaited. Anytime it will come. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I say something, Vinita?
Yeah, please. Because we are waiting for results. So you were always passionately engaged in all scientific activities with me in last 2 years. So please.
Yeah, first I must congratulate the entire team for, and everybody involved for putting this event together. And I was actually deeply moved because I'm a very science and technology proud person. And the way you have brought science and technology to the children, it's really amazing. It also made, it actually gives me goosebumps to see that, Indians are contributing in such a big way at ITER also. But here is one thing that I want to point out, and I think we all need to take note of. All its students and educators, we are here because we invested in this field, in the field of science and technology long back. When we were just a budding democracy, that was the time when we started investing in it. So we are reaping the benefits now. So what we need to kind of ponder about is, what are we investing today so that we can reap benefits 10, 15, 20 years later? We need to invest our time, energy, and our resources in this. So I guess that is something that we really need to think and ponder about. How are we invested? Where are we investing our energies now? I think that would be a very big takeaway for all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Sunaina, I'm waiting for the result. If there is time, can we invite Mr. Raymond to give his views, about what is our future plan, which he discussed with me and all. Thank you. Sunaina, you can WhatsApp the result on my cell by the time when Zuri has already, put the final words. And after that, we will invite Zuri members also to share the score and what they felt. Thank you.
So, Ms. Vinita, with your permission, may I just share a few quick...
All yours. Yes, sir.
It's wonderful to be a part of this lovely journey. Thank you, Ms. Vinita, for inviting me and having me as a part of this entire wonderful, wonderful journey. It just seems like yesterday, and as I shared when I was on the panel, that almost 40 years ago, sitting in a chemistry class discussing renewable sources of energy, and the only important question that came to our mind at that point in time was, ma'am, will this be assessed in the exam? Because truth be told, if it was, then it was very important. And if it was not, then it was nice to know. But I must confess, between grades and sports and friends, and of course all the other things nice in between, we overlooked important aspects such as global warming. But of course, as kids, you can't hold it against us, right? If we were not really keen on a global crisis at that point in time, we were just young and we wanted to have fun and play and be with friends. And therefore, this goes out to you, my dear students. This opportunity that you've been presented with today is far precious. Some of you may realize this now, but for some of you, like for me, it may come in a little later. And therefore, when I look at what has happened over the last 1 month, the way the entire energy boot camp was conducted and led and run by every single passionate teacher, I can't help but count our blessings. The energy boot camp has provided an excellent platform for you to just go beyond mere academics, to be very deeply entrenched and understand energy crisis and concern. Now, you must have realized that the issues of energy sustainability and security and all the concerns are not of a simple nature. In a certain sense, there are infinite variables, philosophically speaking, of course. I say this because the more you think about it, the more you become aware of some of these constraints. Something is not right out here, something needs to be overlooked out there. And borrowing from Dr. Nerula's writing, if I may, sir, while we consider the 4 A's of availability, affordability, accessibility, and acceptability, there are these human factors that need to be considered, right? And those are the ones that we were really debating, which do not have any answers to. Geopolitical consideration, politics and economics and economical stability, the unfortunate consideration of acts of violence and attack and terrorism. And then you have the nature consideration and the depletion of resources. While I have been converted in this last 1 month to understand nuclear energy is maybe the savior and the answer to most of our questions and will provide a sustainable and clear solution, a slight question yet perturbs me. And that is one of maybe peak uranium. Uranium, as we've all discussed, is a finite source. And maybe according to Herbert's peak theory, will deplete, and it definitely should. Are there ways in which we can most probably see that and counter it as of now? There are, of course, technical risks and accidents and infrastructure dependencies also when we are looking at bringing in sustainable energies. Lost somewhere between all of these is maybe ethical considerations. But the good thing, and I've been extremely impressed, is all these have been debated and have been discussed. I guess the dichotomies will continue, but that should not stop us from presenting our thoughts and our actions. It is time for us to advance. As a student said, we need to take risks, right? And we must take calculated risks. We must make informed decisions and must take baby steps towards bringing about a global change. I feel this, my dear students, is the biggest takeaway from the Energy Bootcamp. To my colleagues, I must say we have begun extremely well, and therefore half our work is done. We must not stop now, and this is what I was discussing with Ms. Vinita. We've just begun to appreciate and be aware. These are first mere steps to initiate a transformation. Initiatives such as this give us hope, and with hope comes expectation. Our expectations are that we further this initiative through collaboration, be persistent in our endeavor, and strive to find solutions to real life problems. I've heard Ms. Vinita say untiringly for this last 1 month, and through my interaction with her ever since I've joined Shiv School, that we need more scientists. Ma'am, with your permission, I would like to add a little more to this. We need thinkers. We need students who can think critically, who can act passionately, resolve and work with empathy, and in doing so become problem solvers. And God willing, a combination of all this will make them scientists. Well, I'm very certain, Ms. Vinita, you and your team will have an eye out for all this to take this process and program forward. And I'm with you 100%, and you have my wholehearted support. Talking about teams, I would like to express my gratitude and acknowledge the efforts of the IYNS and Dr. Nitendra. The students of SNU and Ms. Vinny, I enjoyed my interaction with them and I look forward to many more. From the schools, we've got Megha, we've got Ruchi Ratra, we've got Gulfam Ahmed, Mayank Agnihotri, Rachna, Anamika. I appreciate you for your passion, for your grit, and for your resilience. And lastly, but of course, the driving force behind all this, your guidance, your vision, Ms. Vinita, has steered us this far, and I'm certain will steer us for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, take a bow. You've done an excellent job. But remember, this is just a beginning. Congratulations to all the teachers and the students, and my best wishes for a sustained effort. Thank you very much.
Sir, with your permission, I would like to add one more name. Kirti, who was always with me with Comparer, she was doing a fantastic job with Sachit, Sia, you all did, Uday and Daksh. And, yeah, there was a kid who was making video presentation. He's in background. His name is Satvik from grade 9 or 9. So he was making videos for media. And there was a kid, Adityan, who was also working. And obviously my science team and all my colleague, is there. So this is one request. I'm just getting a WhatsApp message from Sunaina. One more second, Raymond sir, before you declare results. So she's saying just one more decision has to be taken because I have forwarded all results to you. Just
I'm at your disposal. I'm at your disposal, ma'am.
Yeah, so I would like to listen from Gulshan sir, who was just for 1 minute, who was my fellow teachers in Sri Ram school, and we both of us used to sit together. After he took retirement from college, he joined school teaching. Gulshan sir, are you there? So he is jury member, so probably, yeah, he's there. Thank you, sir. You're on mute, sir. I know it is midnight in America, but still.
Well, my date has just changed. Now it is 8th November with me. Well, it was a wonderful performance by the dance party. They did so well, and this program went off very, very well. And the key word of this program has been enrichment. We do enrichment in nuclear science, and this was enrichment in all aspects of science. We learned a lot. Everybody learned it today. Especially we became learners from the students because they are so well informed these days, nobody can match them. So it was a great experience, and meeting all the guys here. My friend, Dr. Nitendra Singh, my colleague, you ma'am, you have been so good. You have organized it so well. And I think that we should hold these events more often. And I would suggest that let's have something on the international level. I mean, we have started a beginning with this setup now. Now we can go ahead with international. We can organize this event at international level, organizing different schools from all over the world. And my best wishes are always there with you. And if you need my help anytime, I'm here. Thank you so much. And guys, I really enjoyed all these hours, and it was a wonderful experience. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, Gulshan sir. And yeah, it was a very proud moment for me when Nitendra said that you have accepted to be one of the jury and you are going to be part of this journey. Because I know when we organized first time physics conclave in my previous school, how tough it was. And you have always encouraged me, sir. Thanks a lot. May I request Dr. Nerula to share some more points, because we are still waiting for result. And it was so nice to know that you are from Indian Navy. I have all proud for armed forces. And the way you know, after you said that after Navy you did PhD, and I mean, hats off to you. I feel like doing PhD now. I feel like continuing my studies at this. Dr. Nerula, please. Yeah. Thank you.
No, I've already said that, I'm very, very impressed with the platform which this is provided to the students. It's a great opportunity for them and for us to convey our thoughts and to motivate them. I think that's one of the challenge and one of our responsibilities, to build up a new generation of thinkers, of people who are inspired by the frontiers of knowledge. And in that, I again would like to thank all the organizers of this event. I think the way to solve the problems of the society is to reach out to young people. And because they are the future, if you impress upon them, if they understand the way of living, the way of thinking, the way they can shape their future, and in that they can shape the future of our country. I think so. Thank you so much to all the organizers, and especially Dr. Nitendra Singh, who gave me this opportunity. And as everyone said, I would love to be associated and contribute to this wonderful, wonderful journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nerula. Also, if you can add a little bit about nuclear submarine, because I remember when I was in Vizag, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam used to come to Vizag, and there was a nuclear submarine project going on, and my husband was associated with that project because yes, he was in Navy that time. He's Commander Sharat, and he's also electrical officer. It was so tough to understand that how this fission reactor can be kept in submarine, and which goes. So would you, because we are still waiting for result, it would be very nice if you can ignite our kids about that how this nuclear reactor and all can be placed in submarine. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, so it was a top secret project which was started, and we are very proud to say that the Naval Design Organization was the agency which designed and catapulted India in the top 4 League of Nations who could design and operate a nuclear submarine. We had various experiences because the Indian Navy had loaned a nuclear submarine called INS Chakra from Russia and operated it for 10 years. And thereafter, this was taken on lease, and then we got the experience of operating it. We returned that back. And then we embarked on a program of building our own nuclear submarines. There are 3 nuclear submarines, which are planned. The first one is, of course, INS Arihant, which has already been commissioned and is being operated. It made its first reconnaissance patrol in, I think, 2018 with a fully loaded nuclear missile. and made it the first patrol, which was very important to establish the third triad of the nuclear defense deterrence. And as you know, Indian defense policy is based on deterrence, and we have a policy of no first attack. And this was a key contribution of the third leg, or the Navy, in ensuring that this triad is completed. The second nuclear submarine is under production, and the third is in the design phase. And I have personally not worked on nuclear technology, but it's a very small modular reactor, and which is placed on board a submarine. And nuclear submarines, therefore, are far bigger than conventional submarines. And the technology has been there for some time with US and the USSR. And it has now been adopted with the help of Russian scientists for India. And I think it's a great step on to supplementing the defense capabilities of the country. And with the second nuclear submarine, INS Aridhman, being manufactured now, we also have leased another Akula class submarine from Russia, which is also nuclear. And it's important that we continue to maintain this tradition and the technical, and to retain the technical know-how on nuclear defense, on applications of nuclear defense as well as submarines. Lastly, I would just like to say that the technology is there. The restriction is, like you said, is the constrained space and the way you process the cooling requirements. And that's very, very important. And most of, we're also being held by BARC and LNT, which was instrumental in framing the hull of the submarine. And there's a lot of industry involvement in that. So I think this gives you a brief introduction on what is happening there in that field. Yeah.
I would like to add just one point here to what Dr. Narula said. I was sitting once with Dr. Sekhar Basu, who was the main architect of Indian submarine, mainly the reactor design for the Indian submarines. He passed away last month due to COVID. But he that day he was mentioning to me that it is not the technology which hinders us to do something big. It is the confidence which we have. That I want to tell all the people. And the message he wanted to give was this, that we should be confident about the competence we have. So as an Indian industry, you should know that we are quite competent enough, and you are doing so great, especially in nuclear technology, that we can achieve anything you feel like. So just to add that part to what nuclear is contributing to the other aspect as well. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Over to Mr. Rehman for the result declaration. Thank you.
This is tougher than actually making that speech, to be honest with you. But after I've declared the result, Dr. Nitendra, may I request you to then lead after I've declared the result, to lead the jury members into sharing their thoughts and ideas about how tough or easy it was to put these numbers together. So I will start off with the third runner-up. The third runner-up, as the results have been shared with me, is Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad. Congratulations, team. You've done your school proud. Second runner-up, yes, please. I think
yes, that needs a round of applause. We can open our mics and we can do so.
Yeah,
Faridabad students, please switch on your video. We would like to see your faces, beautiful faces. Thank you.
Team members for Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, were Sachi, Arnav, and Dhruva, if I've got your pronunciations correct. The second runner-up is Vidyagyan Bulandshahr. Heartiest congratulations, team, comprising of Gaurav, Ayush, Manendra. Now with bated breath, We all wait for the two big prizes. The first runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, is Shiv School, Noida. Team members, Avantika, Ayan, and Hiral. And the winner,
Sitapur.
really required, Vidyagyan Sitapur. Congratulations, students. You've done your campus proud. Janvi, Shambhavi, and Jyotsna. Please do take a bow.
Congratulations to all the winners. I would say all the winners here.
I agree with you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, sir.
Congratulations. Would you please announce the
Thank you, sir.
the award which
Sir, sorry, my net was interrupted. Who came first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was coming to it. So congratulations to all the finalists first. All of you did well. In fact, all the teams did well. And I think after concluding this prize thing, I'll give floor to Dr. Sani, how difficult it was to actually judge it. Being the chairman of the committee, he will take that lead. But I would like to let you know that the winner of this competition, the team Vidyagyan Sitapur, they are entitled for the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Fellowship of IYNS, which entitles them to travel and visit any nuclear facility or power plant in the country they want to, and IYNS will take care of all the arrangements, all the logistics. So congratulations to the team. You are most welcome, but after the COVID era. So no physical visit before that. After that, and there is no time limit. This is not like, it is not valid for 6 months or 1 year. When you get time, when this pandemic settles down, we'll go for the visit. And I would like to add one point here, which Vinita ma'am was mentioning a moment before, that she want to organize the visits for all the students. You are most welcome. We have already organized visits for thousands of students so far for all the Indian facilities. So we can do that. We can arrange for it. We can discuss how it works. And as Mr. Fernandez has already shown interest in the ether visit, not a problem. I am right here. I'll take care of that as well. No issue. You are most welcome. Everything after this pandemic is settled down, no issue. And we'll take care of all the visits, all the permissions which are needed. We will do that, and we can discuss it in detail whenever this situation arises. And for the details, summary, and the difficulties in the results and the judging part, I'll pass it on to the chairman of the jury, Dr. Gulshan Sani. And I also would like to thank all the jury members for sparing their time from different time zones and still managed to contribute and review all the work which was done by the students. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sani sir.
Yes, please. Yeah, it was a tough time for the jury members because there was a difference of fractions. So it was, when we round it off, then 5 becomes 10. So, but if it is not rounded off, then there's a big problem. But then, this decision finally was unanimous. There is a minor difference between first and second, a small difference between second and third and fourth. Okay, so third runner-up is not actually the third one. It is actually the first runner-up, and the first runner-up is actually the winner. So don't take it that way. All of you did very well, extremely well, and you keep it up. You are the budding scientists of this country, and you'll do fairly well. If I have to say a few names, then I would mention the names of Ayan Gupta, then Arnav, and if my vote is to be asked, I'll give my vote to Shambhavi Singh. She did wonderful work, and hats off to her, the way she conducted herself and the way she managed things. Shiv, Nadar, Noida has done exceptionally good. Vidya Gyan Sitapur is by virtue of getting highest or number one, and then the runners up but then it was a tough decision taken by the jury members. Wish you all the best, and we'll have one international program shortly. Thank you all very much, and have a nice day. Thank you all.
Before the jury members go, can we have Vega here? Because I saw he's awake. It must be next day with a kid. And can Vega also share his views about the
very beautiful baby. Vega, if you're there.
He is Vice President, International Youth Nuclear Society. So I think he was there.
Christian, you were there. I cannot see. I saw him a moment before.
Yeah, he was there. Vega, are you there? No. Or you are on mute.
Oh, Vega is there. Probably he's yes, he's there. He's busy with the kid probably.
Yeah.
I'll just check with him.
Also, till you get connected with Vega, there is an award from SNS also. So, Rachna ma'am, are you there? Are you going to announce the prize for the, because you were taking care of all this and, with...
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, and of course, the suspense was killing today. We really had a long wait for the results to be announced. And congratulations to the winning team, and congratulations to our team also. Our children have put in a lot of hard work. Now, of course, the prize which has been announced by Dr. Nitendra is the most important one, wherein you get to visit a nuclear facility once the COVID times are over. And I think that is a regret. That is the only regret we have, Dr. Nitendra, that we did not win because we have missed out on that chance. But I hope we can compensate it some other way. Now, besides that, as a Shiv Nadar School, Noida is also recognizing the winners. All the finalists, the 15 teams who participated in the round 2 and round 3 of the Energy Boot Camp, they will be getting their gift vouchers for books. You will shortly receive them. The winners get a gift voucher of rupees 1,000 each. Congratulations. Buy some good physics books and books on nuclear energy maybe. And the first runner-up, again, you will be awarded gift vouchers for books for rupees 500. And the third runner-up, they get rupees 350. So I guess we don't have to look at the amount that is being awarded. What is more important is we recognize your hard work, we recognize the efforts that you have put in. And most importantly, I think we are all in it together with the kind of experience that we've had. All the late nights, all the meetings, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, now it all seems so inconsequential. The families have waited for dinners and lunch. It's all right. It was all worth it. So thank you so much, sir.
Till 2 a.m., Rachna.
Yeah.
I think here I should...
Also, Rachna, please share the individual prizes for poster making.
Absolutely.
That
yes, ma'am. Yeah. They will. Let's celebrate a little today. So latest by tomorrow, you will be getting your gift vouchers. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And I think I should apologize here to all the teachers and all the students who were working with us, because I was the one who were forcing them to stay awake for till late night, or even on the weekends and on some festivals. So thank you so much for cooperating with us. I want to thank all the IYNS team as well, who were equally putting their efforts together with all the teachers. So thank you, all of you, for making it successful. And I want to mention specifically two people, Samyak and Sunena, because Sunena was taking all the communication every now and then, and Samyak is always behind the screen. We hardly can see him and taking all the IT related issues with us. So thank you, all of you. Yes, Vinita ma'am, over to you.
Also,
I'm done.
Samyak was like all the time awake. Like one day there was a problem in this thing and he was awake till 2 a.m. So I was very tense, me, Samyak and Rahul, because there were some glitches in, making ID. So Samyak, I don't know, words are not enough. You people have done, I don't know what passion you have.
Ma'am, it is the only one passion, ma'am, we both equally share.
Yeah, and Rahul sir from IT department, our core office also. So both of you and Rahul sir, both.
Vinita ma'am, if I might add over here, our passion literally pales in front of yours. You are you
No,
are the
ma'am.
leading light for us.
Ma'am, the passion is the same, ma'am, because we were also here with the driven force that, we are doing something is as our event, not my event, not your event, but as an our event. So that was the main driving force which we are doing for the students. And that was the, main thing which we were trying to get through.
I would like to listen one line from Sunana, because Sunana was one who was like link between, Nitendra was busy sometime and he was in France and some time zone is different and Sunana in India. Sunana, are you there? Amazing work, Sunana. Love you a lot. And sorry for all WhatsApp messages. Update me now, etc. Thank you.
Miss Vinita, if I may just add, a big shout out to Sachit and Sia. They have been with us throughout.
Yes, Uday and Daksh, we will, I have told in beginning, I will again speak after Sunana speak. Sunana, will you please unmute yourself?
Sunana is always excited. She forget to unmute herself.
As if
So till Sunana get connected, Sunana, are you there? So Sachit was awake since last 2-3 nights with me till, I don't know, 1 p.m. or so, because many times we changed as the scientists, Sachit and Sia and Uday and Daksh for the first day. And especially a special thanks to Kirti ma'am, who was coordinating with us. But yes, the students are awesome because, and I was so surprised whenever I used to text at 12, now still we are waiting, where are the things? He used to reply me, and unless everything is, yesterday also he was awake with me and we were making final changes till 1. So thanks a lot. I don't know, this type of work pressure you have handled at this age, Sachit, sky is the limit. This is one learning which all students, can take from this. So thank you. Thanks for always being there. And I can hand over this mic to Sunana now, virtual mic. Sunana, please speak.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So as I was saying, like this has been a really over roller coaster journey till now. And at this point, I am really overwhelmed, like the way it has turned out, and it has been really successful. I am I really feel blessed, and I'm thankful to each and every person who was involved in this EBC organization for their support and coordination. Starting from the students, teachers, jury members, panelists, our project mentors, coordinating teachers, each and everybody played a really crucial role. The IYNS team, everybody, I'm really short of words right now, but I'm really happy that all of this has turned out and we have received a huge, tremendous support from your end also. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, everyone.
And my final thank you to all the teacher center. It is unbelievable that since last 2 months, Megha, Ruchi, Gulfam sir, Mayank, Rachna, Namika, tirelessly working. And last 1 month, it was like firefighting from here, there, why this is not happening. And they all were, because the scientists were sitting at different zones. So our meeting used to start at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. When they used to come back from their offices, because in evening they used to connect with us. So hats off to you all, Megha, Ruchi, and all because when I discussed this with Raymond sir, I said my team is ready, because when I share my ideas and he shared his idea, he said, come next week, we'll discuss. I said, my team, and these are my team who will work with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So over to you, Sasi ma'am, for final words. Everybody is so glued to screen.
I'm at a loss of words, Vinita. I was so soaking in again the energy that all of you've built together. I can only say 2 words of prayer, which is, let this be the beginning of many such beautiful celebrations of knowledge, experience, and responsible knowing, responsible action, and responsible collaboration. With that, 3 cheers to everyone and a silent clap, lots of showering of flowers for everyone here. That's all I want to say, Vinita. And drink what you drink every day because it's infectious and we all need to soak in that energy. So happy that we are all together and you give us this opportunity to be part of these wonderful learning fests. From now till the next one, there is so much more to do. Thank you.
Monthly event. Gulshan sir, please remember, you will be there. Monthly event.
I am always there. I am always there. Yes.
I have decided to keep sir with me now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I know it's very late at your place. Thank you so much for staying up so late. Thank you very
I
much.
really enjoyed every moment of it. I enjoyed today, really.
Is there? I'm so sorry. I think Vega was there now. He's there or he has gone?
I have messaged him. He is still not responding. Probably, actually, this is the time his baby wake up. So probably he might have involved because I saw in one of the glimpses that he was having the baby in with him.
Thank you, everyone. Nitendra, there is some mail.
And very big thank you to Dr. Nitendra Singh for organizing this event. I mean, this has all credit to you. Yes. And keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Shiv Nadar is always with you all the time. Yes.
And Gulshan sir also.
Yeah, I'm always with you.
I always
He is student
never
of
say no to
Gulshan
him.
sir. Class teacher.
He has been my favorite student, so I can never say no to him.
Thank you so much, sir. I
Yes,
always
yes,
feel
you
blessed
all.
because, as I mentioned, I have all great teachers with me always. So yes, Sani
Your
sir.
teacher gets elevated when he finds that a student has gone higher than him. No, a teacher feels elevated. Yes.
Absolutely.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nitendra, you must announce that you are going to give certificate to all my warriors kids.
Oh yes.
Yeah, those who work with us, all these people who worked in the management thing like such. So please announce that.
I want to announce all the category of certificates we are going to give. So all the students who participated in quiz, they are gonna receive the certificates for their participation in the quiz. All the students who participated in inter-school competition of various levels from round 2, 3, they'll receive respective certificates. The winners of inter-school competition and the finalists will receive their respective certificates. All the winners of individual competitions, they will receive their respective certificates. And all the mentors, the teacher mentors and the scientific mentors, they will receive their certificates for their contribution. All the energy bootcamp team as a whole, we say, which includes all the teachers, all the students, all the students from Shiv Nadar University who were there together in the team, they all will also receive the certificate of contribution. It will take a while. Just allow us some time to get them prepared and signed. But all of you will receive the certificates, mostly e-certificate. So soon you'll be receiving your surprise in your emails. Thank you so much. If I have missed someone, just be sure you will be receiving something.
No, I think.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
And Gulshan sir, good morning. Now it's second day for you.
Yeah, it is good morning now.
All those
It's 1 o'clock now. Yes. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye.
Good night, sir. Thank you so much.
Sachit is saying something. Sachit,
May I
yes.
formally conclude the program?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. With this, we have officially reached the conclusion of Energy Bootcamp 2020.
However, this does not mark the end of our scientific curiosity and the continuous desire towards exploration. We will continue to take charge of our learning and return with innovative ways to inculcate 21st century skills in the students. Take care, and we look forward to many such engagements. See you next time.
Bless you, Sanchit. Bless you. Lots of blessings from my side.
Thank you.
Work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great job.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, all of you.
So, Nitendra, we have to take a short meeting in evening about